here we are, episode 89. Ooh, we're closing in on the big 9-0, Fred, we are. I hope you guys are ready. Special things planned. We'll leave it at that. So here we go, folks. Abomination Vaults of Goodness. Once again, got almost a full crew tonight. Well, 4 players. That's usually my go-to number online gaming. So, yeah, we've got 4 players tonight. Of course, Jesse is missing out. Karma's missing out as well. And Kat will be a little bit busy tonight. But that's okay, because we got just enough to have loads of fun with Pathfinder. So one thing we got to do tonight that I don't usually do live is give out the hero points. The initial hero point, do they start with 1 hero point by default? Yeah, according to the rules, that's the way it's done. But we don't do it that way. We have a special little rule, I guess you could call it. It's called the snack rule. Snackathon, that's what it is. Everybody's got to bring snacks, because if you don't, -1 hero point. So I hope you guys got snacks. If you got what I got, guess what? You get a bonus hero point. If you got exactly what I have, as in flavor, or whatever, you get another hero point to start the session with. We're talking here. So let's go through the list of players tonight and see what snackles they have brottles. We're going to start with Dizzy. Dizzy, I hope you brought some snacks.
That's a switch up.
It is, isn't it? Do you like it?
I was expecting Rachel to go first. Oh boy. Okay, where are my snacks at? Okay, so I got my regular Mountain Dew, as is tradition, and tonight I decided to get fudge rounds. I've not had these for probably about 6 months. So...
Fudge rounds?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Go on.
So this should be interesting.
Fudge rounds and Mountain Dew for Dizzy. Okay, you get your hero
I'm
point.
probably going to be extremely hyped tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling it too. Just talking about it. Woohoo! Walls are bouncing. All right, Dizzy, you get your hero point. Congratulations. Kyle, you're up next. What did you bring to the table, snackles-wise? What do you got?
You mean once I braved the hellacious road conditions to go to the store, you mean?
You
just so happens I have 2.
Yes, you
I
did.
have Twizzlers.
Oh,
Cherry.
I almost got them tonight.
I got the big bag. It's like 3 pounds of just Twizzlery goodness.
Family size.
So that's my... Oh, yeah, I got to go family size. So that's my snack. And
Okay.
since I'll be running Martova, I have another snack. And it is Airheads.
Airheads. Perfect. Okay, you got your hero point. Anything to drink, Kyle?
Dr. Pepper.
Dr. P. Awesome.
No way!
Uh-oh.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I got excited because I also have Dr. Pepper.
Oh, I'm a Dr. Pepper man. Like that's
Yeah.
pretty much all I got. Yeah. I love me some
We're
Dr.
soda
Pepper.
twinsies today.
Yes,
I
we
feel like
are,
an outcast now.
Yeah.
If I had access to Mountain Dew, I
Join
totally
the
would.
good
But
side.
I did not choose the soda, although I do really like Dr. Pepper. But it's been forever since I've had Mountain Dew.
I can't do Mountain Dew. Don't like it.
Regardless, you got your hero point, Kyle. You'll have to split it with Rachel, though, because you both got the same sodas. I'm sorry about that, but that's the way it works. Now you get your hero point, Kyle. And give Martova... Well, she'll have 1 anyway. She'll have 1 hero point. Martova.
Yes, sir.
And speaking of Dr. P, let's check in on Rachel. Rachel, what did you bring? We know you got some Dr. P.
I do, and it's the regular. Although I do have the Dr. Pepper cream one in the fridge.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That one you have to be careful because no matter what conditions, every time I've opened it, it's almost just fizzed in my face completely.
Oh, yeah.
It must be the way they process it or, like, store it and bottle it, and the pressure. But for my snack, I have like
pressure.
under pressure. I have a whole kind of variety. I'm still working on that giant bag of Jelly Belly lollipops, so I brought
Oh,
2
yeah.
with me. And what you heard me eating before was actually an old lollipop, the Starburst lollipop.
The one under the
um,
bed. Covered in
it
hairs.
was in
She
the
saved
way
the
back
best
of
for
the
last.
cupboard. It was
Oh,
lemon.
damn, is
It
that
was all
Lent?
right. But I have cherry and grape for the Jelly Bellies. And speaking of old candy, I found a nerd candy cane.
There you go.
So I'm just like cleaning out the cupboards tonight with snacks, and I still have. Last week, a friend came over and brought Ferrero Rocher chocolates, so I'm still slowly pecking at that, trying to take modest portions, like 5 at a time.
Yeah. 6 or
So I
7 at
have
a jump.
something to satisfy the chocolate addiction.
Mm,
But yeah, I got all sorts of options today, and
yes,
they will
you
all
do.
be gone.
All right, careful with that. Don't want to get sick. But yeah, you got your hero point. So there you go, Rachel. Hero Point City.
Thank you.
And we come down to Drog, my good friend Fred, all the way from Sweden. What'd you bring tonight, Fred? I hope some goodies.
Today we're going back in time to the, let's say, 15th century or something.
Oh,
You can
boy.
have your fancy new candies.
What do you got?
I'm going old school. I brought gingerbread cookies.
Gingerbread.
There
Uh,
you go.
It's a staple for, Swedish Christmas and whatever. It's Christmas time cookie.
It
And
is,
since
it
we have
is.
Yule or Yule coming up in a while, I mean, could eat some gingerbread cookies, in my opinion. And I
Yes.
have some sweet tea with ginger and cardamom and
Bring on the
whatever
ginger.
else is in it. And honey.
And honey.
Gotta have honey.
I just got some fresh honey
yeah.
myself. Just talking about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got your hero point then. There you go.
I do.
And of course, as far as I'm concerned, no bananas today. Today, I got something nobody has. I talk about these quite a bit. I had some not long ago, actually, now that I think about it. Yes, we're talking about caramello koalas, all the way from Australia. I love these little dairy chocolate candies.
There you go.
They are good. I'm not going to have one now, though, but man, I will be climbing the walls. Yeah, so I got those caramello koalas from my good friend James. Thanks, James. So, there. So nobody got the extra bonus. Although for our characters that don't have players tonight, they will get their default hero point as well. So everybody's got their hero point. And whoever does the recap will also get another hero point. So, we should have done our intros. Well, do your brief intros, starting with you, Dizzy. Now that everybody knows what you bring to the snack table, go ahead and do your proper intro. Who you playing tonight? Dizzy.
I be playing an old character I've been bouncing all over the place with. She is rather old, not old in the sense a lot of people think,
Old Hickory.
but
She's an old lady.
not that old. But I will be playing Agatha tonight as she's making a comeback. And I'm pretty sure I can already hear Cypher just cringing in the
Yep.
background going,
I heard it too.
why are you bringing her back?
I heard it.
Hey, I'm not a cleric. I don't care. Come on in, join the party. Let's be mischievous.
And then I pass the mic on to the next person.
And that'll be Kyle. What are you playing tonight, Kyle? As if we
What's
don't
up?
know.
I'm a one type of fighter type of guy. I play Bjorn, our 7-1 frontline fighter. Also fanatical cleric, worshiper by Mode. He don't like dark in any form or fashion. Thinks it needs to be destroyed. Demons, vampires, witches, werewolves. they all need to be just put down. And that's kind of led us into some trouble in the past, with a few situations. But yeah, he's our big burly frontline fighter slash fanatical cleric. Does some healing, very good at religion, which is odd, seeing as he doesn't really, you don't really see him quoting scripture, but you do see him reading a lot in downtime.
Okay, awesome. Rachel, you're up next. Who are you playing tonight?
I'm playing Cypher. Until she perishes one day, who knows? Yeah, she is an elvish bard who very much enjoys the rogue life, and that's more or less what she practices, or at least tries to. She's also like a Rose Guard buff, and she's really intrigued by the history of Otari, and it's one of the reasons why she's down here. She's trying to uncover some secrets, some good loot. She thinks that there's more than just what's seen on the surface and wants to investigate and take home some treasures.
Awesomeness. Rachel bringing in the rogue side of things in the form of a bard. How about you, Fred? What are you playing tonight?
Red plays one of the newest additions to the party that joined the game last time we played in the last episode, and Fred plays Draug. Draug is a bard from the northern wastes somewhere, and he's a big fat old dude, close to his 60s, and he's pretty much walked around here on the outskirts of Absalom on this island, and got trapped and dragged down into the Abomination vaults by some demons and their overlord, and he has spent a lot of time down here being tortured and they have tried to get him to join their cause, which he didn't, and that's how the party found him about 12 hours ago, something like that. People don't know that much about Draug. He seems to be handy with weapons. He is a barbarian by the class is barbarian by trade, whatever. And yeah, we'll see what more unfolds.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it.
All right, Chuck. Thank you, guys. And we're gonna go to the recap, see where we last left off. So go for it. Who wants to do that? Extra hero point.
I can if nobody else wants to.
Go for it, Kyle.
All right. I gotta remember here. When last we left our intrepid band of adventurers, we were in the middle of a pretty vicious combat we had just fallen back from. We had made the foolish decision to try to engage a creature contained in a box. Yeah, that didn't end very well. Not at all. So we decided we were going to move away from that. And as we came into the hallway, we could hear someone down at the other end by a set of really massive red doors that we had been fighting for so long to get shards for to unlock. We heard somebody casting some prayers or reciting some prayers. Bjorn and Karma immediately recognized it as holy prayers, and we all then proceeded to go on down there. Bjorn approached this individual. Turns out it's Martova, a cleric in her own right. Did some chit-chat back and forth, and we then set to the task of opening the door. We put the 4 of the 5 shards in, and then had a really cool moment there where all the clerics kind of banded together, put hands on Bjorn's shoulders and such, and poured power into the portal, and the door opened. And we were met by 2, I don't know what the technical name for them is, but they're demon infantry. That's what I always call them. I don't know what the technicality format is on it, but Yeah, so we stepped inside, had an individual demon come down, kind of wave off the guard. We saw an individual being tortured uh, down in the southern part of the area. Um, and yeah, we found a Rebian, and he thought and tried to push a contract on us uh, to surrender a member of the Rose Guard, one of the Rose Guard descendants. We all kind of fell back, had a little talk. No, we're not going to sign it. Yada yada yada. Went back upstairs, slept, got all kinds of spells back and stuff. And then we decided we were going to venture back down to put an end to it. Stop the onslaught, save Otari in our own way. And yeah, that's pretty much how that unfolded. We went in, we got engaged by these demon-esque creatures. We then decided we were going to withdraw back, try to lure them out of there. Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at with it.
Okay. Awesome. Get a bonus 0 point for your character. Okay, we're at the top of round 3. We're right in the midst of a combat. Swords are out, weapons are out. The companions are currently clashing at the doorway against a couple of these Barbazu demons, or using their glaives with reach 10 foot. Currently out of reach of you, Bjorn. I think you're 15 feet away. Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to start with round 3. Let me think here. Rachel, you left early, I think, in the last session.
I did, yeah.
Didn't do much. Casted your inspiration.
Inspired.
Yeah, that thing. That's about it. You kept out of distance. We something about that spell. What was it, Bjorn? The silence spell. We did completely wrong. It basically has no. It's not really an attack. It's something that's more like a utility spell that silences your friends, because your target has to be a willing target.
Oh, okay.
So that spell is no more. We just retconned it and said, okay, he didn't do that. So there was that.
Yeah, because I was doing some research and I couldn't find anything where it said spell attack or targeted an enemy or anything like that.
It says a willing target, so obviously you're not willing. Well, you could be, but why would he do that?
Yeah.
It basically makes you quiet. That sort of thing, but anyway.
Okay.
So I misused that. And that's about it. So Karma, of course, is back at the safe room, as we determined before. Kat, she's still engaged in the combat. You're going to role play her, Kyle.
Yes, sir.
Until we can get her back to the safe room in shadow mode, whatever. She's not going to be in the session tonight, so I don't want her character in the session. And Dizzy, I'm going to be running Thalsaria, since she is an NPC anyway. And
All right.
at the right moment, we will reintroduce your character in hopefully a dramatic way. Oh!
Isn't it always dramatic then?
It's always dramatic. Remember the time you reappeared in the amongst the Morlocks inside the tavern, and then quickly disappeared again after that? So we'll find a way. It is Gozrin the 9th, 4719. 18 hours. So about 6 more hours or thereabouts. Before it hits Gozran the 10th. The next day. Of course, you guys just woke up before your combat an hour ago, so there'll be no sleeping for at least another 11 hours. So keep that in mind in terms of resources regarding spells and all that other good stuff. And yeah, I think that's about it. Let's pick up with this combat, starting with Arevian, the Demon Lord. So he calls himself, or at least I call him, a powerful demon. So he's up first. Dun, 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 dun. And also remember there's a door here right in the middle, 5-foot door in that square where you're standing, Bjorn. The rest is all solid walls. So you should be able to
Okay,
see
so they are
through.
solid.
Yes.
Okay.
Revian comes back within sight. He was up in the northern part of the cavern in front of you. You see him clearly through the doorway, Bjorn. He stands before you. You can see the scroll rolled up at this point, but there is the contract. Still on his shoulder. So we stride at 15 feet. You hear voices in your head, Bjorn. Why do you kid yourself? Sign the contract. Bjorn. He calls you by your name. It awaits for you. I will call off my attack. I will call off my demon servants. There's no need for more bloodshed.
Never will I yield to you.
Thelsaria's up next. You all can hear her breathing heavy, and as you look from the sides, you can see her, Draug, seething. Her teeth are gritted. She has her bow and her arrow out, and she's just behind Bjorn. She lets out a scream. Bjorn, she moves past you and into the chamber. Well, no, not into the chamber. She's in the square you're in. And you're kind of a tight fit in there. You're gonna suffer you're both gonna be
Off guard.
off guard. Whoops.
Hey now.
Trying to get rid of you early.
How do you put hunted shot into the chat?
Um,
Oh, there it is.
it should be. I was gonna say it should be where you can post it.
All right, so she's going to make 2 shots with 1 action here. She just furiously starts shooting at Arevian. and they both go wild. And she spends her final action shooting once again. So that'll be 3 actions for her. Because she moved, she strode. Used hunted shot for 2 shots, and then spent her last action shooting again, normal. Which, yeah, it's not even close. The arrows go wide and shatter against the wall behind Erevian. We're going to go to Draug. As you see your elf companion rush forward, kneeling right in front of Bjorn, we'll say. Just in a mad fury, she starts firing off arrows. You're up. Draug.
Draug will do the same action he did last turn, which is a ready action with a trigger to strike whatever comes in within 10 feet's reach of him.
Okay, Martova.
As in the other side.
Yeah, she's going to do a 2-action heal on Bjorn. Let me put that in the chat here. Bjorn's going to get back 46. And then she's actually going to take a 5-foot game's paused for it.
The pause thing is at the bottom of the screen now.
Yeah. She's just going to take a 5-foot step over, and she is
What's going
gone.
on here? Okay, Bjorn, you're up.
Bjorn's going to step back and into this corner. And I'm going to ready an action for anything that comes crossing through the doorway. I'm going to attack it. So move and a ready action for me.
You already have attack of opportunity, right? So you don't need to do that.
Right, true. Well. Now, ready is 2 actions to do 1 action, right?
Yes. Well, it gives you a reaction.
Yeah, so. Well, actually, yeah. He'll move there, and as he does, he's going to look to the creature down below. And we're going to do, since I haven't done it on that one, we are going to do Battle Prayer. That's the lower one, so I need to make a religion check against his will, DC.
23.
33, critical.
Okay, what happens?
Wait a minute. Am I on the right? I wasn't on the right one here.
Battle planner.
Yeah. Why the hell do I have Battle Planner? Oh,
Maybe they changed the
never
name
mind.
of it. It's the same. No, it's not the same thing.
So I'll deal 2d6 mental damage. Yeah, not mental damage. I'll do 2d6 spirit damage to the one down below. So a grand total of 4 spirit damage to the one down below.
It feels the jolt of energy. Spiritual energy.
Yeah, like you could literally feel its soul starting to be cleansed.
Okay, the Barbazus are up next. This one strides forward. Attacks the elf. Just don't look right. don't look right to me. Huh. Let's click on Bjorn here. Yeah, yours looks right. These monsters don't have the right strikes listed for them on the token HUD. So we'll have to open up the sheet and roll it manually. This one advances with the glaive. It's going to attack with the glaive. Actually, they're all the same, so really it doesn't matter. Okay, so glaive attack. Alright, that is a hit against the elf. So it's 20 points damage. Yeah, 20 points on her. Should be applied. Sorry it's taken me so long here. I shouldn't have done this attack against my NPC.
Yeah, I think your stuff's coming up public too. Or maybe that's just when she takes damage. Yeah, don't listen to me. I think we just see when they take damage.
Yeah.
No rolls, just the outcome of what's happening to Thalsaria.
Right, Cypher, you're up. So basically the demons advanced towards the doorway but are otherwise holding their ground. They did attack in response to the arrows. Thalsaria, she took a little damage. That's about it. You're up.
I think you also shut the door by accident.
I was gonna add, did she close the door too? Okay. Alright, that's a little bit better. Alright, so not 100% sure what happened before, but I see everyone's taking like a preemptive stance for when they do come through the door. I don't know if that's exactly what Cypher wants to do, but she's just going to send in some magic missiles. She's gonna 3-action cast into the room at the one that she can see.
Ooh, fancy.
So this one is heightened, so I don't know if when I click roll it will do it. So let's see. It did not. So this is supposed to be a 4th level spell, and it says heightened +2. So I'll shoot 1 additional missile with each action I spend. So I'm gonna put 3 actions would be then 6 missiles. Last one.
$17, not bad.
Yep. So combine all the damage first, and then do any penalties, resistance, weakness, etc. so that's 17. Pew pew pew.
Force damage isn't physical, right?
No,
All right, you're done?
I don't think so. Yes, I am done.
Okay, round 4. Back to Arevian. I didn't miss anybody, did I?
Nope.
Agatha's not in the
No.
not in
No,
it yet.
I'm biding my time.
All right.
All right, Arevian. Okay, Arevian is up. You guys are peeking around the corner. I'm sure you can kind of see what's going on. There's a silence in the room, Bjorn. Draug. A silence in the room. There's this pause, and you both look towards the elf in the doorway. She seems to have gone quiet. She seems to be acknowledging something. Perhaps something is speaking to her. And she lowers her weapons, although it's not her turn. But her weapons are kind of lowered, whereas before she was in a frenzy and shooting arrows. As if there's some type of conversation going on. You're not sure what that is. And we're going to go to Thalsaria. Thalsaria at this point abruptly looks back towards you, Draug, and then towards the rest of you. And she turns back once again to face Arevian. And she proclaims, "I will sign it. There is no need for more bloodshed. Bjorn, put your arms down."
Never.
And she begins to walk into the room. Past the guards. You can hear Arevian. Good. You hear some crackling noises, and you see that the contract begins to unfold before the elf. "All I need is for you to sign it here." And this large, menacing quill in the hand of Arevian appears once again. Thalsaria takes it and begins to sign something without question. You begin to think, Bjorn. You begin to wonder. You begin to wonder if it's true. Are elves soulless? Why would she do
Yes.
such a thing?
Twist, they are.
And she signs the contract. And that is her turn. She has signed it. Draug?
Draug
It's her sign
does,
in the contract.
Draug does a sudden charge.
With a quick sprint, you dash. Alright, so you're gonna dash up to your foe and swing. Stride twice.
Yeah, I only need to stride once. I will hit this guy on top with a mighty blow.
Just keep in mind this sudden charge is pointless unless you actually stride twice. Because it takes 2 actions, which is the same as a single stride followed
Oh
by
yeah,
an attack.
that's true. That's true.
So you
I
can
did not
kinda
know
go
how
with that.
far away they were, though. That's the main thing.
Hold down control. I think if you hold down control,
Yeah, the thing is,
You can
Draug
measure
doesn't
the
see them.
distance.
He doesn't see them from where he was standing. So they could have been, up here
Where is your character? I can't see the.
in the doorway now. But yeah, he's gonna swing. So I'm gonna swing on the top one that is badly injured.
Are you within range?
I am within range. I have a halberd, so I have a
Okay.
reach on it. And I will swing as such.
Dun, 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 dun.
32,
Which one are you attacking?
the top one.
Okay, his
The
armor
one you're
class is
hitting.
24.
There we
Okay,
go.
you hit. Go ahead and roll normal damage.
Well,
And that is piercing damage. So 12 piercing.
and then Draug will step back behind the door. And that's my turn.
Alright, let me see. I think he's going to get an attack on you as you do that.
Yep.
Let me see something here. Okay, I did it right. Alright, your glaive comes down and cuts across the creature, but his flesh seems particularly tough. Didn't do as much damage as you had hoped. But damage it did. And as you begin to pull away after making this quick move in and attack move, the creature responds in like manner with its own attack with its glaive. And it hits with a normal success. You're going to take 16 points of slashing and spirit damage combined. Also, because you're hit, you're going to take 1d6 bleeding damage. You're going to have some persistent damage on you. Also, let's see, is there a savings throw here? Where did your token go?
Back on top of Martova for some reason.
Yeah. Let me look at this again. This is... Yeah, let me look at a quick read here. No, that's the bleed damage. An infernal wound appears on your flesh as this glaive cuts across you and draws particular gruesome-looking wound. And blood begins to pour. You have persistent damage. Okay, so we'll leave it at that. So at the end of your turn, you're going to make a flat check. You have a DC of 20 on that flat check to stop the bleeding, which is harder than normal. But you will, before that, take 1d6 of damage every turn until it stops bleeding. Okay? So you have a DC of 20 with that flat check. Remember that. And, yeah. That's what happened there as you pulled back. Martova is up next.
Yeah, she's going to cast Daze on the upper one. He needs to make a DC 26 basic will save.
I think Draug gets to make his check to stop the bleeding now, doesn't he? His turn just ended.
Yeah, at the end of his turn.
Yeah, because it was an attack of opportunity. So go ahead and make your DC 20.
Just
You
a
already-
D20.
Just roll a
Just
D20.
great. Yep. Nope.
Nope. Okay. Your damage was already applied anyway, so let's go back to Martova.
So yeah, that one needs to make a DC 26 will save. Basic.
What are you doing here, Daze?
It will deal, you cloud the target's mind, daze it with a mental jolt.
Alright, it's successful.
Yeah, but it's a basic, so I think it still takes damage.
Half damage.
Gotcha. So it'll take what's half of 9.
5. Mental damage.
And then she is going to cast Guidance on Draug. So you can drag that to your token there, Draug. Here,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, just drag it there, and you'll have guidance for basically 1 round. You'll get to add a +1 to perception check, saving throws, or attack roll.
Yep.
That's all she's got.
Okay, she's going to take her bleed damage. It should automatically deduct. So she's got 53. It didn't deduct anything.
So how much was it?
I don't know. I'll have to roll it, I guess. Manually. Let me roll this. She's going to take 6 points. And then she gets her flat check, DC 20.
Close. No.
You need to roll a natural 20.
Yeah. Or use treat wounds, and then it lowers it.
Yeah. The DC on that's higher, too. It's particularly nasty, these infernal wounds. All right, Bjorn, you're next.
All right, I'm going to take a step here. I'm going to get just to within their range of reach, and then I'm going to take a 5-foot step, which negates their attack of opportunity. And with my last action, we are going to swing for the fences.
Bugger you.
Hit normal.
Which one? Top
The
one?
one up top. And I have the spell up clad in metal, which turns my sword into a silver +1 striking longsword for 1 minute. So this will be silver damage. 22 points of slashing damage. Silvered slashing.
Normal damage, 22 points. Okay, let me look at this. All right, so if it has any resistances or immunities, you would have bypassed him, you would think, with your silver weapon. So, with that hideous blow from your weapon, just glinting silver, describe how you fell this demon.
Yeah, Bjorn kind of steps around the glaive and drives his blade up through the up underneath the chin of the creature, driving it clear through out to the top of his head, up to the arm guard, and he looks at Thelsaria. You signed that contract. You will be next. Or he yanks the blade free.
She looks over at you as she pulls the quill from the paper. She already signed it. You're sure of it?
And yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay. It's the Barbazus. Oh, somebody took some damage.
Yeah, me. I gotta make mine.
Now, it should have deducted what it rolled, which was a 3.
I was at 106, and it's saying 103 on mine.
All right, so it deducted 3 points.
Yeah, it's doing it for my token, but not doing it for hers. That's weird.
Make your recovery.
So close.
So close. So close. Right, the Barbazu is next. You're a fool, human. He strikes at you with the blade. Ugh, miserable. strike at you again. No, wait a minute. I don't want to use the blade this time. Since you're close by, he's going to try something else. After whipping at you with his glaive, his beard suddenly begins to wriggle about. Strangely, he has this pointed beard. It begins to grow extra long and begins to go back and forth, weaving left and right towards you. And it lunges at you with its head and its chin. So it's making a beard attack. Look out, Bjorn, look out! Oh, the horror.
A beard attack?
Yes.
Well, he is bearded.
Okay.
He has a pointy beard and he scores a 30. Oh, yes, oh my.
Hit normal.
Let's see what that does. That's going to do 14 points of piercing damage. Make a fortitude savings throw.
Okay.
Your DC is 25.
I won't hero point that. How about 32?
32. Almost critical success. And he's going to take a 5-foot step back in front of a Revian. Little defensive move. Preventing a retributive strike from Bjorn. Alright. With that, we're going to go to Cypher.
Just trying to make of what she just saw. And actually moves in a little bit to get a good view.
Pulls out the popcorn. It's time for the whip.
It's a little too far for that one.
Oh my.
For now, she's going to stick with the spell casting. Assuming she can find something on the ground, I'm going to cast Telekinetic Projectile. Right. Would I be able to find anything that does, like, bludgeoning? Anything blunt?
Some sizable stones from the natural walls can be seen. Yeah, you can get a good sized donny. Whomp them upside the head.
Alright, using her spell, she does such. Let's see if she actually hits with it. It's 28.
Who are you attacking?
Oh, apologies. This guy. The one right in front.
Okay. You got a hit. Even with
Excellent.
cover. Even with cover, you still got him. He's hard to see.
That one's 18 bludgeoning.
18. Okay. Wasn't as effective as you wanted it to be. Effective nonetheless. He takes a rock upside the head, snapping a horn. Ah, curses! Curses! I just got it sharpened. You done?
Yes I am.
Okay, we're going to the next round. Round 5. Arevian is up. He pulls the paper away, looks at the elf. It's good, it seems. We have a deal. That is wonderful. And he looks down at the paper. There is something amiss, however, as he stares at the name. He begins to squint his eyes. His teeth begin to pierce his own lips, and an ichor begins to drip from his chin. How dare you! He looks down at the elf. There's a crackle in the air, and all around him, this whirlwind, this swirl of red, like a vortex, wraps around his body, and suddenly he disappears from sight. Thalsari is next. Quick, Bjorn, strike them now while you can! And she runs off to the northern portion of the room, her bow in her hand. You hear a crash in the distance, followed by a scream. Draug, you're up next.
Draug will stride into the room.
Let me make this d20 roll for the elf. Is she bleeding? I think that's what it is. Yes, she is bleeding. Let me make her flat check real quick. Nope. Okay, go ahead.
I've been striding. In there, I will strike twice at the Barbazo in front of me.
I can't see your token. Where are you?
Just south of
Oh, there you are.
Fjord.
So, 5, 10. Did you go
Two
into?
strikes.
Did you go into Bjorn's square?
No. Oh, well, yeah, I have to, I guess.
All
I
right.
can't
When
go
you entered
diagonally,
that,
right?
when you entered that square, the creature's going to attack you.
Yep.
So let him do that. That'll be his reaction. And ooh, he got a 19 total. Not enough to hit your armor class. Okay.
Nope.
You get to where you're at, and then you make your attack.
Yeah. Do you want me to re-roll it?
No, what'd you get?
29 on the first one.
29. That's gonna be a hit. Normal.
Nine damage.
Okay, you didn't do as much damage as you wished you did. Only 4.
I
Seems
will try
particularly resistant to your attacks.
I will try to disarm the creature. Since it has a nasty glaive, I will try to take that away. So I need
Athletics
to
check
do
against
do an
his
athletics
reflex
check.
DC.
initiative already rolled. Okay, I need to go some other way. Let's see.
Make an athletics check.
Yep, it's coming up. Trying to find athletics somewhere. Here we go. And that is a 35.
That is a critical success. You knock the item out of the target's grasp. It falls to the ground in the target's space. So this was the glaive, right?
Yep. Not the beard.
Yeah, so you managed to catch the back portion of the glaive, and with a few twists and a circular motion, you managed to wriggle it out of his hand, and it flies into the air and leaves the grip of his other hand as well. Clanks to the ground in his square. So it's going to take an action for him to pick that up. But he is disarmed.
And that is Draug's turn.
All right. Martova is next.
Right, she's gonna move up behind Bjorn, kind of wiggling around Cypher. She's actually going to cast Guidance on Cypher.
Aha.
So drag that to
That's
yourself.
a new
Cypher.
one. Sure. Hey, thanks.
Well done,
She
Fred,
does
by the
have-
way. That was good.
I'll roll my damage.
5 points.
Oh my. Yeah. And
Nice
since
bleed
she
now.
does have a sling in her hand, she will use her last action to sling it.
Okay, his armor class is going to be 2 better.
30.
That's going to be a hit.
6.
6 points. It only does 1 in this case. This is a very resistant Barbazu.
And then I think she needs to make a recovery check.
She needs to roll her, take her damage first. 19.
That's ridiculous for a save.
She only took 1. Well, let's look at it. Let's look at it real quick, so we all fully understand what this is doing to you. The flat check to stop the bleeding starts at DC 20. The DC is reduced to 15 only if the bleeding creature or an ally successfully assists with the recovery. So that has to be done to reduce it. The DC to administer first aid to a creature with an infernal wound is increased by 5. A spellcaster or item attempting to use healing magic on a creature suffering from an infernal wound must succeed at a DC 21 counteract check. That's a whole different ball game there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's 20 until somebody administers first aid, or the person or some friend attempts first aid, and their check will be harder as well.
Right.
But if they're successful, it'll drop it down to a flat check of 15. So it's just a nasty freaking wound that will continue and continue and continue till you get that under control with the first aid.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I've been close 3 times on that one tonight.
Otherwise, we got to counteract it with magic. All right, Bjorn, are you done? Or
Yeah, Martova's done Bjorn's. Since it no longer has a glaive, Bjorn's going to step up.
okay,
And now I'm going to attack it. Hit. Normal. This will be silver damage again. So that'll be 13 silver slashing. I don't know how the designation is.
slashing.
Gotcha.
Slashing with a silver weapon. And it seems to be much more effective as you cut through this creature's flesh like a hot knife through butter.
Well, we're going to try it again here. Why not? I'll hero point it. Why not? Hit. Normal. There'll be another 14 on top.
Curse you!
Yeah, that's it for me.
2 points of damage. Make your flat check.
Nope. Nowhere close.
Okay. Barbazu's next. Okay, you got your reaction back, by the way. Alright, let's roll a public D6 here. I'm going to say there's a 1 in 3 chance he'll pick up the glaive. If not, he's going to do something else. So 1 to 3, he picks up the blade. Or attempts to. He's going to pick it up. So he reaches down in the ground, Bjorn.
Well, not just Bjorn. Fred as well.
That's
Mhm.
true.
We're gonna bang him.
Who's first?
Bjorn.
31. It's a
normal.
hit.
15.
This is Bjorn, right?
Yes.
No silver?
Yes. Yes. It's still silvered. Silvered for 1 minute, so I got 5 more rounds on that.
Okay. Go ahead, Draug. You see an opportunity. An opening appears.
Draug will shove the creature.
Your
I
what?
should probably be in the
What are you doing?
shove, but I probably need to be in the same, like, close by, right? Not 10 feet apart. So yeah, I'm just gonna hit him. Whack. 32.
That's going to be a hit with your glaive. Or halberd, or whatever you're using. Halberd.
Halberd. 9 piercing.
9. You're only going to do 4 in this case. Must be the silver. It screams in pain. And... Alright, so now it has the damn weapon in its hand. It's a two-handed weapon. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Right? It's a two-handed weapon, right?
Glaive, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So he has to change his grip. You can't use it one-handed, is what I'm trying to say.
No, you can't use a glaive with one hand.
All right, with his final action, he makes an attack against... Give me a number from 1 to 6. Draug.
4.
It's on you, Bjorn.
Bring it.
35.
Not critical.
35. We're going to roll some damage. You're already suffering from an infernal wound, so I'm not going to roll it again. 20 points of slashing and spirit damage. I won't roll the extra bleed either. And it's done. Cypher, you're next.
He's going to... Just going to cast that courageous anthem to everybody. And then give telekinetic projectile another try. This time she's going for something really sharp, something with a good point to do piercing damage.
Alright, 1 in 6 chance. Make it public. Nope. Something else you
All right.
want?
Is there something that could do slashing damage?
No.
All right, then if she
Bludgeoning,
can't...
yeah. That's not what you wanted. Where the hell did the demon guy go? Lost his token.
I mean, you could always say that you telekinetically pulled an arrow from Bjorn's quiver and struck it with that.
That's true. I have my own arrows as well in my quiver. Would that work?
Sure.
Alright, I'll deduct an arrow from my inventory. But here's the piercing one. I guess ignore that or hold it off. I didn't click attack first. So it's 35, and it's for this guy.
It's a 26 with the cover. Almost a crit.
All
1
right.
point under.
Did you want to do the 22, or you want me to re-roll damage?
22 damage. We'll take that.
All right.
And that's going to be some resistance, but it doesn't matter. Describe how you fell this beast. Killed him.
You know, I'm going to say that, like, Bjorn's got good eyes on everybody in a fight. He's a well-trained warrior. He'll see, like, he'll know what Cypher's trying to do. He saw her fling that, blunt object before. And he's just like, he, like, shouts, think sharp. Maybe something along that lines. And she'll be like, oh, yeah. And she gets the idea to use her own arrows from him, and quickly uses that and uses the force from her spell to fling it over, whizzing right past Bjorn, the one who had even suggested it, almost hitting him, but right between the eyes for the creature in front of him.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent. All right, as the body collapses to the ground with a splat, you hear a ruckus to the north. But you don't see anybody. Bjorn, you see the demon fall to the ground. Magically, it seems. And it's quite dead and motionless. But you hear noises, a commotion coming from the north end of the room, where you see a table and bookcases. It is a lit room. We're going to go to the next round. Draug, you're up.
Draug will do a sudden charge. See where we end up. That's the first movement. And there's no one here. So he stops in the opening and lowers his weapon.
Do you call to your friends? Do you?
Yes. There is no one here.
Mortova? Oh, make your flat check. DC 20.
Yep.
You just took 2 points. It should be taking these points from you
There we go.
automatically. Keep an eye on that.
It didn't last time.
So take away
But I
2
succeeded.
points. Oh, you did. You still take the 2
northern-
points.
The northern bear.
Still take the
heals.
2 points.
Yep.
That's first before you make your flat check, so you always take that damage first. Excellent. And then it goes away. Awesome. So you managed to patch yourself up with your rage.
Mm-hmm. Internalize.
Yeah. Mortova, what does she do?
Yeah, she's going to step up and she's going to do battle medicine on Bjorn. So this will be treat wounds.
Alright, treat wounds. Let's see, the DC will be 5 harder for that. It's going to be stop bleeding, medicine check, attempt a medicine check on a creature that is taking persistent bleed damage, giving them a chance to make another flat check to remove the persistent damage. The DC is usually the DC of the effect that caused the bleed. Well, the DC is 20. So it'd be what, 25?
25.
Wow.
Here we go.
22 failed.
I will hear opponent. She has one.
If you're successful, this will give her a check right now.
32.
All right, so boom. Bjorn can make a check right now, and it'll be 5 easier. So 15 is your DC to stop the bleeding right now. This is a bonus flat check you're getting for Bjorn.
19.
Got it. Your bleed is gone.
Now, does it still apply the healing from treat wounds?
No, that's first aid. You're not using treat wounds, you're using first aid. They're 2 different actions. It takes 2 actions to do first aid, by the way.
Gotcha.
They're 2 different actions. You can use first aid for stabilizing or stopping bleeding. Oh, wait a minute here. What'd you get? A 32? And it was a 25? So it's a success. If you're trying to stabilize, the creature loses the dying condition but remains unconscious. If you're trying to stop bleeding, the creature attempts a flat check to end the bleeding at the new DC, which it did. So it did it right.
I think that's all she can do.
Excellent. See how easy that was? First aid.
So here's her D20. Yeah, that one.
All right, she takes the damage first before you make that roll. So 5 points. Then you make your roll and you failed it. All right, next is Bjorn.
Yeah, Bjorn's going to kind of take off. That's 1. And I'll push into the room, kind of step in front of Draug.
You see some of the what looks like were, nice stacked books and scrolls on shelves on the floor, scattered around like there was some type of struggle in this room. You don't see a Revian, you don't see your companion, Talsaria, they're gone. You could take actions to search the room, that kind of thing.
I will search.
All right, this will be very brief because it's an exploration activity. You see on the floor, directly in front of you, right here, very easy to find. It looks like a scarf that you've seen before that the elf was wearing to cover her mouth, to cover her face. You've seen her with this over her face before, and it lies there as if it was torn from her neck. But she's nowhere to be found. And we're going to go to the cipher. The cipher. We're going to go to the cipher.
Yes, I quite like the sound of that. Alright, and Martova is still bleeding?
Yes.
Alright. Can I first aid as an action? That's 2 actions, right?
Yeah, this takes 2 actions. You can do it during combat. You don't need battle medicine to do this. 2 actions. Stop bleeding. Go ahead and make a DC 25 medicine check. Particularly nasty wound. 31.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
successful. All right, that immediately gives her a flat check of 15 or greater.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No hero points? Oh,
No hero point.
damn.
Well, that's my turn. That's alright.
Son of a biscuit.
So you'd have to do it again. Right. Let me see here. Give me a number from 1 to 6, Kyle.
6.
Draug. You hear whispers. No, it's in your head. You hear the voice of this demon, a Revian. He speaks to you. You are too late. You are all too late.
I think inside of my head, I don't say it out loud. I think, late for what? You filth.
Your friend, she is gone, as I am. You should have signed the contract when you had the chance. Fools. And that's
You
it.
say. Okay, it goes silent.
What were you going to say?
I was gonna say, gone to where?
Yeah, it doesn't reply. And you're up, Throg.
They might still be here somewhere. Search everything. Draug steps down and makes a search action in this room.
Alright, so that's an exploration activity, so what you could be doing here is seeking. Where exactly are you? Alright, you're down here.
In the middle. Yeah, I stepped down there.
Alright, so give me a direction that you're searching. Or seeking, I should say.
Yeah, down here.
Okay,
To
now.
the south.
Okay, give me a
For some reason
perception
it
roll.
doesn't ping. Doesn't ping for some reason.
Blind perception.
Yes. Oh, that was maybe not blind. Sorry.
It's okay. You see the quivering, shaking, well, the motionless bodies. I don't know why they were still shaking. Maybe they were briefly. Of the defeated creatures. Their blood is like an ichor. The far wall where you search and scan and pay particular attention, you see the shackles that once held you in place. But nothing else remains. You see nothing else outside of your companions. And I think I'll give you one more action. Not much you can do with that.
Well, there is not much to do. I'll walk down to the last one here. As I walk past it to pick up its glaive, I kick it in the ribs. Even though I know it's dead. And I pick up its glaive. And I take a look at it. Doesn't seem to be a good weapon.
Okay, I'll let you do that. I'll get to that weapon description in a minute. It's nasty looking, sinister and evil. You've seen them before down here, carried by these creatures. These weapons doing infernal damage. Can't be good in the hands of a human. But we'll get to that. I think I accidentally targeted Bjorn. Let's turn that off. And we're gonna go to is there anybody else bleeding? Martova?
Martova.
Alright, let's go to Martova.
Can she administer first aid on
Yes.
herself?
Yes.
Okay. Then we're going to do a medicine check. Lordy help me. 27.
Successful. That'll give her a...
16, it's go.
It's gone. All right. And Bjorn, is there anything else you do at this point? Enough time is going between your turns where we can say we're out of an encounter.
Yeah, Bjorn would absolutely be tearing this room apart, searching everything, place where he could see. Under the desks, under the thing, running his hands along the walls, pulling all the scrolls out of the shelves, looking for anything to find out where they went.
Okay.
The demon spoke to me as they disappeared, and he said that it is too late for the elf, and that they are gone.
Are you saying that loud enough for Bjorn to hear?
Probably. Not too
Yeah.
far, and he has a booming voice.
Yeah, you just hear this long guttural roar from Bjorn up in the north. He looks very irate. As he continues the search.
Draug will keep looking at the weapon, checking it out if it's anything to wield.
All right, I'll get to the weapon in a second. What are you doing, Cypher? Now that the battle has died down.
She's just kind of taking a look at the dead, the corpse, and wandering around. And out loud, she's just like, that's not the worst thing that could have happened. I'm glad that she stood up. So she's kind of defending the elves' actions.
Okay, Martova's going to stay back and guard the room. Does anyone else need healing? I can call upon the Dawnflower to help. I'm feeling much better myself. My wounds are bandaged.
I look over at her and wipe some of the blood off my chest, where the wound is still gaping and oozing some blood.
Okay. All right, before we get to that, let's go on up to Bjorn as he's rummaging through this area up here. You see a desk. What do you want to say?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying that, yeah, Bjorn is actively kind of searching, pulling stuff over. Cypher would see a pretty long trail of blood running down from Bjorn's side, where he still has a chunk of a glaive in it. Okay. But he seems to be utterly ignoring it and very intently searching for now.
All right, going through the desk area to your left there in the west, you see what looks like reports, lists of it that seem like inventories, maps that depict certain areas of the surface world above you, Otari and the surrounding area, the Gauntlet, for instance. I had to look at my map for a second. Of particular note is a complete set of maps for several levels that you are moving through, including the 5th, 6th, and the 7th, where you are now, the prison. Complete maps. So this level and the 2 levels above you, you have complete maps of.
Okay. Bjorn will kind of study the map of the prison level, kind of comparing it with the little hand-drawn notes that we've been taking along the way. He'll actually yell for Cypher. Cypher, get in here!
You also find copies of several infernal contracts. Whether or not they're originals or not, they're copies. Give me a society check, Bjorn.
Okay.
I assume you don't have legal lore.
No, I do not. But as Cypher kind of comes in, he'll kind of motion for her to pull out the map that they've been taking, and he will show her the maps of the 5, 6, and the current prison level. Detailed.
Well, I never thought I'd see such a thing. This is great news. Now we don't have to run around thinking if this corridor is going to be a dead end or if it leads somewhere else.
How are you holding up?
Oh, just fine. You look pretty... You look like you're holding up like your usual self.
Bjorn rips a chunk of glaive from his rib.
And Cypher's also picking up just like random things off the desk, kind of glossing them over, putting them back down, just kind of like casually rummaging.
There's where do we go from here? How do we get down to the other level?
Do you look at any of the papers?
Yeah, I will. And also my exploration activities for the occultism stuff, so
Thanks for reminding me.
if anything out of the ordinary pops up while I'm looking around.
You could make a society check.
Okay.
As some of
switch
this-
to blind.
Some of these, what looks like papers and contracts even and stuff like that might be of some interest. What'd you get? Okay, I see. But nothing that you know of.
Alright. Plus, the way that the guy was talking and going on about, Cypher doesn't assume that any of these are original copies or of any binding. She assumes that he's brought them with him, whatever contracts he might have had active.
Draug. The glaive that you're looking at is particularly sinister. It's got many small, fine points and edges all over the blade itself, so it's like blades within blades. All along the haft of this thing, you can see all kinds of dastardly, demonic-looking signatures and signs, and I don't want to say runes, because they're not necessarily runes as we know them, bestowing magical abilities to its wielder, to the weapon in this case. But it's a very sinister-looking weapon. No normal person would yield such a thing. But outside of that, it looks like a very effective glaive. If you'd like to carry this weapon and utilize it, you can do so. It is a glaive.
I will.
Okay, let me drag that to your... sheet in a second here. Okay. What's up?
This area here, is that a rug? Is that something in the floor? Is it just, like a floral pattern of a rug? Is it something that's buried in the stone? What is this?
The symbol on the rug, it is a rug.
Yeah, what's the rug and what's the book right there? Can I take a closer look at that?
Pretty much what I described to you. Records and evidently this demon has been keeping track of a lot of things, the details of which you can't really identify, particularly the ones that refer to legalese. It's not your forte, so to speak. You don't recognize any of the names and lists in here of individuals. Nothing rings a bell. Again, there's also maps and illustrations. It's like as if he was planning and keeping track of something in preparation for a big invasion. As you know. Already.
Okay. How about any hidden compartments under the desk?
Nothing.
Damn it.
You find nothing else.
As they are searching through what I can only describe as the library or office, I will look through the Barbasus and see if they have anything on them of note.
You find nothing. Even the bits of armor that they wear encasing their body seems to be welded to their flesh. And as you look at this creature and poke around it, you see that it begins to actually turn charcoal black, so that its features are no longer distinguishable, and it begins to actually start to crumble as you touch it. Not only its flesh, but the armor itself. Now, the glaive that you have in your hand from this creature is intact and still functional as a glaive. But it doesn't seem to have any special abilities, at least in your hands, that you can tell. And if you want some healing from the cleric, Martova, you can go ahead and do that, Kyle.
Yeah, 3 wounds. Gotcha.
Yeah, she was talking about magical healing. I probably need that.
Well, I could do treat wounds on you, or I could bring everybody down here and just pop off a heal spell.
Come, everybody.
Yeah, I think she'll actually do that. She'll call for everybody to assemble.
Cypher joins in despite, not needing it.
Yeah, she'll clap off a 3-action heal. Yeah. But he's gonna get back 15.
And as you do these things and spend some time in here, you notice that the flames in the braziers begin to slowly fade a little bit. Not going out, but they have faded somewhat. Like as if there was an energy in this room that has left and is no longer, at least at the moment. You've bought yourself some time, companions. What's your next move?
We need to see if that barrier is down or find a way down to lower levels. We need to continue our investigation.
Draug looks over at Jordan and nods.
You did decently well back there.
Thank you, sir. Likewise.
Sir. I've not been called sir for many years.
Well, maybe it's time.
Make me think of my old captain days. Let's see if we can explore. See if we can find a way down. Maybe that barrier has been nullified now. That its master has left the region.
You lead the way and I will follow.
And Cypher, you did well with that. Very intuitive. And Bjorn will kind of step into the hallway there.
Shut the door.
Yeah, Martova we'll assume she's back here.
Alright, I'll assume the same exploration activities and marching orders as before. Cypher in the rear. Where is Cat? I don't
I
see
can
her.
put Martova right in front of Cypher.
There she is. Yeah, Kat's right behind Martova. It's Bjorn, Martova. All right, you make your way back east out of the chamber, shutting the door behind you. You're heading towards the large round room. Or where are you trying to get to?
Basically, you remember how you said that there was a barrier up here?
Yes.
Wanted to see if Erebian is since Erebian's obviously no longer here, if that has any effect on it. Or if we're trapped and literally have to dig our way down to the next level.
The barrier remains. You can see its red glow. And beyond it you can see what looks like an elevator, a functioning one. But the barrier blocks. I see, they got a little secret door there. If you drop the barrier, there's a little secret door I could open. I see. But it's still there. If you approach and begin to poke and prod, you'll notice that, yes, indeed, it is like a solid wall. You can feel the energy. There's no getting past this.
I wonder, could I break it like we broke the door to Erebian with religion?
There's no symbols. There's nothing. There's just this big wall. You can't even get near the entry of this thing. Where I have the token right now is about as close as you can get. Beyond it, about 5 feet away, is a wall. But that's an entrance. Well, not really. I don't think that actually is a wall. Let me see. No, it's a big 5, 10, 15 foot area between these winches.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. So there's no wall here between them. It's just walk right out onto this, what looks like a elevator. But this barrier is preventing you from getting to it. So there's no actual door or anything.
But I wonder if I pour holy magic into the barrier, if that would nullify it enough to gain passage.
You got holy water?
I do not.
No way past it unless somebody comes up with some ideas. What do you think? A cultist cipher? I could probably tell you more, Cipher, because you are doing the occult thing, but it's...
Yeah, and it's definitely from like floor to ceiling barrier.
Yeah, there's no way beyond this.
Okay.
This is definitely put up by Erevian to prevent its use.
Cypher almost jokingly says out loud, well, I guess all we can do is wait for Felsaria to go kill that guy. And have the demon be good and true on his contract.
The Draug will think inside of his head again with the inner voice. You said it would be down if someone signed the contract. Are you going back on your deal already?
Who are you speaking to?
The person who, or the demon, since he
I think he's trying to
spoke
speak
me
to
in my
Revian.
mind.
Oh,
yeah, Revian.
You're trying to
So,
speak to him?
Yeah, I'm thinking that in my head.
There's no reply. As you stand in front of this barrier, looking at it, and Cipher making her deductions, and Draug kind of thinking to himself. You hear a door open and close loudly. It's coming from the direction you came. Your instincts draw you to head in that direction, Bjorn, and the others begin to follow. And as you get to this point here, the big round room, you hear a scream. Somehow it's a familiar scream. You've heard it before. Maybe it was the elf.
In which direction?
It's coming from the west, from whence you came. The door is now closed. But you hear a large crash as you get closer and closer to the room. Kicking the door in, you see to the north at the chamber from where you just came from, you see another one of those demons standing guard. Just beyond, you see a body. And you also see the demon, Arevian, in front of his desk. A second here, I gotta find him again. He's the only one I didn't have a marker for. Here he is. There. Let me get you guys out again. Whoops.
Boing, 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 boing.
Yeah, we're all over the place here. Hold on there. Dizzy.
Hey, I'm hanging on for the ride.
So Bjorn, you would be about here. Draug is right there. Cypher, you're about back there as well. Alright, can you guys see everything alright?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can see only pitch black.
Yes, as it should
Yep.
be.
Got
Alright, give me a second here. You thought you could fool me. You thought you could trick me. How dare you? Says Arevian's voice as you enter Bjorn. But he's not looking at you. He's speaking to someone else. Someone else in the chamber. And Dizzy, what would your reply be? As this demon is obviously very angry with you. Very angry at you. As you can see, your token is now on board. Well, let me see here. I kind of have to react for you so you get the gist of what's happening.
I got you.
You were a fool to think Thalsaria, my good friend, would ever sign her name to such a heinous contract. Then if you don't sign, says the demon, nor your friend, then all of you shall die, as will those above in Otari itself. You are a fool. You are a fool, Agatha. I will not forget this betrayal. And Bjorn, you're hearing this. How do you react?
Enough games, creature. Come and face me.
He turns about. What? You are back so soon, I see. He turns towards you, Bjorn. That's where you'd be. Standing between you and Arevian is another one of these Barbazus. Although he doesn't look as threatening as the others were. Whatever that means. He's armed the same and equipped the same. Maybe a little bit smaller. But he stands between you and Arevian. And his weapon is pointed in your direction, this nasty glaive. What are the rest of you doing?
Waiting
Bjorn is
to roll
throwing
initiative.
threats. No. Bjorn is throwing threats. What are you doing? You can do whatever you want, Thraug.
I will run up to the Barbasu.
What is your
to hit
intention?
him. To hit him.
All right, then we're going to go into encounter mode. There'll be no talking here.
Nope.
Let me see. Let me get rid of this one. Okay, let's put everybody in the tracker, and you're all going to be using perception, and this includes you as well. Dizzy, you are in
All right.
the tracker.
Oh boy, we're in double.
Yeah, like we're in double.
There's a
There's
lot of stuff.
3 of me in that bitch, I think.
Oh no!
Hot damn.
All right, let me get rid of this.
Oh, damn, there's 2 of me here, guys.
We could use them.
Let's get
Why
rid
is
of
the
that.
smacking?
Let's get rid of that. Are you guys in the tracker now?
Yes.
I got
Yes, the appropriate number. The ones.
Yeah, the perfect number.
Whoa, Cat! Cat is up first.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as this conversation is going on, something is going on. You can't see who he's talking to, but there's somebody up there. The place is a shambles, not only because you searched it, but something's been going on here. A little bit of conflict, perhaps. But just then, Draug begins to try and pull ahead of you, gritting his teeth, looking to get to grips at this creature that stands between him and Arevian. But Cat is up first. She's quick to react. What does she do?
Cat's gonna cast Steering Light on Arabian. No, actually, let me walk that back. She's gonna cast Steering Light on the Barbazu.
Okay.
See how this goes. Hit.
Yep, that's a hit.
That'll be 17.
Fire damage.
I thought it said 5d and 5d6. Well, if it's fiend or undead, I don't know if demons are classified as fiends or not.
Where are you looking here? Searing light.
Mm-hmm.
Blaze gonna let it trigger by holy energy. Make a ranged spell attack that deals 5d6 fire damage. If the target is a fiend or undead, you deal an extra 5d6 spirit. Okay, let's look real quick at his keywords here. He is. Okay, so you're going to do an extra 5d6 spirit damage on top of the 5d6 fire damage. If the light... Hold on before you roll, because I lose my place here. If the light passes through an area of magical darkness or targets a creature affected by magical darkness, searing an attempt to counteract the dark... Okay, that's the counteract part. And you got a success.
Yes. So 37 damage in total. 17 fire, 20 spiritual.
Okay, let me look real quick. Alright, the fire is... He's totally immune to the fire. But the spiritual damage, he is not. What'd you get, 20?
Yes, sir. 20 spiritual damage.
Okay, let me double check, make sure he's... No. Does that do any kind of holy damage? No. I don't think so.
I think it, well,
Double check that.
it has the divine trait, but not the holy one.
I'd have to... The damage would have to have the keyword holy in it. Since you just rolled 5d6, there's no keywords.
Yeah, like all it says is spirit damage. It doesn't
Alright, it's
say
just
holy or
spirit
anything.
Alright, so it seems to reel in pain as the fire just erupts around him, but it pays no attention to the blaze and the flames that come up on it, and they kind of fade away. But something internal inside of its brain made it pull back. And that was your spirit damage.
And then for her last action, she's going to cast Guidance on Cypher.
The way is clear, Cypher. You know what to do next. Filled with confidence, Arevian is next. I am tired of this. I am tired of this meddling from you fools! He suddenly disappears from sight. And reappears. As if some dimension door had opened, he appears behind you, Cypher. As well as the cleric. And with that, he has one action remaining. He raises his diabolic quill high in the air. It's dripping in strange ichor. Give me a number between 1 and 6, Rachel. This is important.
2.
The quill is aimed in your direction, Rachel. Oh! Well, I don't have villain points, because they don't exist in the game. Well, he got a 24. What's your armor class? 25. Failed,
It's
so it's a critical
25.
fail.
Yeah, somehow he didn't get this by me.
Yep. Critical fail. He is done. We're going to go to Agatha. Okay, Dizzy, here's your chance to make your re-entry. We'll get to the details after the
Alrighty.
combat, but... Welcome back.
As she watched the Demon Lord vanish, her focus becomes dead set on the demon now in front of her. And without even saying a word, she raises her hand, and you start to see this crackling of blue electricity start flowing up through her entire body until she points at the creature, and she's going to be using Electric Arc.
An arc of lightning leaps from one target to another. Each target takes 2d4 electrical damage with a basic reflex save. The word basic, just so you know, Fred, means it reduces the damage on a success by half. Critical success, no damage. Failure, full damage. Critical failure, double damage. That's what a basic save is. Alright, so you're targeting this creature. It's going to make its basic save. Go ahead and roll your damage. Carrying Barbazu got a critical success. It's not going to take any damage at all from your electricity.
Alrighty then. Seeing that, let's see here. That was a semi-action.
Now,
2.
is he more than 30 feet from you? Arevian?
Rivian, yes.
Alright, then he can only attack the
Mm-hmm.
demon then. Because it could have actually targeted him as well if he was also
Could've.
within 30 feet of you. That's not the case. Alright, so you got one more action.
Okay, let's see here.
Come on, we got a dedicated spellcaster here tonight. We'll take a break at the end of this round.
He's about 60 feet maybe away from her.
60? I don't think it's 60. Maybe it is. Well, she has to be within 30 of you. If not, just move on.
I
You
know.
got one action left.
There's another one I'm looking at. But unfortunately, it doesn't tell me how many actions it gives me.
Yeah, he's 50 feet away.
Okay. Well, if this doesn't work, then we'll see. She's going to attempt to try and cast Briny Bolt.
You hurl a
You
bolt
only have
of-
one action.
Only one action? Okay. Because it doesn't tell me how many actions I can use on that.
There should be a symbol next to the spell on the left. Right after its name, it'll tell you. Those little symbols, they look like sideways spades.
Okay.
2 of them is 2 actions. 1 is 1 action. You know, reaction, free action. All those symbols.
Well, unfortunately, I can't take that spell back.
You got 1 action, Dizzy. What would you like to do?
Nobody's within range of her.
Oops. Knock my light over.
Ooh, okay. Seeing how that didn't work, she's going to... You're going to see her eyes slightly narrow as she studies the demon in front of her. And then she's going to cast Elemental Betrayal as her last action.
Put it in the chat. 1 action, 30 feet, targets 1 creature, sustained for up to a minute. Your patron uses superior command of the elements, empowering them to undermine your foe. Which element?
Let's see, since...
This is a hex.
She's choosing air.
Okay, the target gains weakness 2 to that trait. That's all it does. And who is this on? The demon?
That is on the demon directly in front of her.
And you chose air?
Hmm.
Alright, there. Alright, so take notice. If somebody has something that does air damage, there you go. It has weakness 2, so it'll take an additional 2 points of air damage. Alright. Testing the waters, seeing how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we're going to go to Bjorn.
I'll step down here. It's time.
It's time. This is what you've been waiting for, Bjorn.
29 miss. No hero point. We're gonna do it again. Hit. Normal.
Go for it.
This will be 12 points of slashing damage.
No silver?
No silver. That went away.
12. This creature only took 2 points of damage from your weapon. A scratch.
All I got.
Cypher. Just dodged a bullet there. What do you got?
Well, she's going to hopefully make him see double, or triple, or even quadruple. I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna cast Mirror Image. There we go. Okay. And with her final action, she's going to cast that Dirge of Doom.
All kinds of funky stuff going on there.
Yeah, so
And this
you
is
get
what
both
Cypher
creatures
was
on that one.
totally built for, to razzle and dazzle you.
Ooh.
Damn.
Well, I'm gonna take the 30-foot emanation, but just so you know that that guy up top is in my range as well. It would be too flashy for everybody. Yeah, so I got rid of it. And that's my turn. So she stays where she is, but she casts this mirror image and then just tries to inflict fear on all of her enemies in that range. She's actually singing her words backwards.
Terrified me.
Refresh my memory with mirror image. Write that down, how that works, so we can look at it later. The chances, of hitting an image or you.
Yeah. Just if you say that they're targeting me, I'll just repost it in the chat.
All right. I'll make sure not to target you then. Smart move.
Well,
smart move.
there is a chance that you will hit, and you still have to go against my AC. But any attack that would hit me has a random chance of hitting one of the images instead. So there's 3 images plus me, so it's 1 in 4 chance. So you'll roll the D4. If it's a 1, it hits me, I think. And same for if it's a D6, so when there's only 3 left, a 1 to 2 hits me, or later on when there's only 1 in 2 chance, then you'll end up rolling a D6 again, and that's from a 1 to 3 it hits me.
So on,
I gotta step away.
Okay.
we're going to finish this round, and then we'll take a break. Everyone's going to get a hero point right now, because I forgot to give them out earlier, but you're going to get them right now, so technically now you have the hero point. Somebody remind Dizzy. All right, we're going to go to Draug.
Draug. Draug will step down here. And Draug sees that quill hanging in the air, stabbing at Cypher. So that quill needs to go. I'm gonna disarm.
Okay.
I will try to knock the quill to the ground, basically.
Athletics check against his reflex DC, I believe.
Yeah.
Doesn't disarm work a little differently in the remaster? Because I'm not looking at it right now, but this works for us. Go ahead, make a check. You need a 28, Throg.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if what I'm looking at is the remaster, but on a success, it loosens the grip, and they gain like a -2 penalty on their on their check with an attack. If you critically succeed, it falls to the ground. But yeah, I don't know if that's the old way or the new way.
Can't use 2 hero points on the same roll, right?
Oh.
No. So that is a failure.
So the last strike will be a strike with his glaive. I do not have my glaive, so I will strike with the halberd just to make the roll, and we'll see what. 24. What happens?
24. Where is he? There he is. Oh, his armor class isn't showing. 1 second, let me fix that. Resources, armor class, value. Alright, his armor class is a nice 29, so you missed.
And that's Draug.
Alright, Draug. Barbazu hisses at you. Is Dizzy back? Dizzy, are you back? Gonna attempt to hit her. Actually, he doesn't have to move that close. Let me move him back one. That's going to be a 33. That's going to be a critical hit.
Oh no.
It's going to be 55 points. And she is going to... Well, I'm not going to do that to her. She's... Let me just do an extra d6 here. Three. I can't really pull punches, can I? So let's put bleed on her. All right, and that's the end of them. So the Barbazu just approached her with the glaive and just sunk it right deep into her. She took a nasty wound. So that's what she's got to look forward to for coming back. And he's done, so we're going to go to the next round, and we're going to take a break. 5-10 minutes. Everybody get refreshments, all that sort of thing. We're going to be back. So, folks... We're going to go to intermission, and we'll be back for part 2. All right, now we are. We're back again. Part 2 to this session. A lot going on. Arevian has appeared once again, this time with a familiar face, Agatha. But not a friendly one, at least to him. His demon is lashed out at her. Horrible effect, as he took a nasty, infernal wound from the glaive attack. Arevian himself is right in the mix with Bjorn, a mirror-imaged cipher, Draug going crazy, swinging his giant blade. I don't know which glaive or halberd he's using at this stage. Maybe one in each hand, who knows? And of course, Cat's character. Which is named Cat for some reason on the token. Martova, I should say. Let's fix that, actually. Martova, cleric of Saren Ray. All right, so we're going to pick up with round 2. This is it. This is it. Cat, you're up first, or Martova, the cleric. Go ahead,
Right.
Cal.
We're going to cast Divine Wrath, and this is a 20-foot burst. So, I'm going to center it right here. So that's a 20-foot burst. Everything up in here, just shy of Agatha, will get affected by it. So it needs to make a DC 26 Fortitude save. Basic by the looks of it.
Let's go ahead and roll damage.
It'll be 11 points.
All right, so let's see what Arevian, his roll is. He's going to make his
This
save.
is not a Revian.
40.
Yeah, this
Cool.
isn't a Revian. This is
The
the
demon?
other Babuzu up top.
Well, you're doing 11 points to everybody within that area. You're not picking a target.
Yeah.
So let's roll the demon. He gets his save. Arevian passed it with easiness. And this one just got a success, so he's going to take half of 11, which will be 6 points of what kind of damage?
Spirit damage.
Spirit. Yeah, that's going to affect him. So, minus 6 with a success. Alright, not too bad. Not too bad. They're not as moved by your divine wrath.
And then she's going to once again cast guidance on Draug this time.
Draug.
So you can drag that over to your sheet, Fred. It'll automatically apply the bonus. You just got to say that you've used it.
Okay.
Yep.
Revian is up next. What's your armor class? Bjorn.
26. What did he roll?
First of all, I want to see. Okay, that's not going to take an action to do that. And what do you mean, what did he roll? It's his turn next.
Yeah, but if he attacked me, then what did he roll?
Oh, I didn't roll yet. I didn't do anything. He did something, but it's not an attack. Sorry. All right, he's going to attack you, Bjorn. He's just going to lay into you. This is a mistake, but we're going to do it anyway. With his giant quill. Comes in you. Oh, he rolled a 1.
That's a negative.
All right, second attack. Give me a number between 1 and 6, Cypher.
2.
Huh. I guess he's going to attack you, Cypher. Quill attack number 2. Let's see if your luck holds out.
All right. Well.
Go ahead. My bad.
All right. All right. We just have to roll a d4 to see if he targets a mirror image or myself.
2.
He attacked an image.
It's gone. You got 2 left?
Yep.
Okay. Damn it.
And thankfully, action wasted. Haha.
Yeah, I just made a mistake doing that. That little attack on you. I wasn't thinking. So I got 1 action left. Damn it. He is going to defensively move back away from this situation here. So he's only up against Cat. Okay, he is subject to that fear. That's going to go down 1. Or does it stay? I have to get out of the aura?
It's going to automatically go away at on my turn, similar to Courageous Anthem, and I can only have one or the other going at the same time. So it should automatic. Well, I don't know if you dragged it from my spell. If you did, I think it automatically goes away, like Courageous Anthem does when it gets to my turn again. Otherwise, it'll just have to be reduced.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So even at the end of his turn, it'll still be in effect until my turn, as long as he's in that area.
Go ahead, Agatha.
All right. First action, she's going to be casting guidance on herself.
As you do this and begin to weave the spells of magic, suddenly the creature pulls back with his glaive as if to strike, and just as he's about to swing at you in midstream, he pauses, as if something got his attention. And he looks a little bit fearful at this stage, and he begins to pull back. Not on the map, but he is kind of pulling back away from you. You notice that. And your spell can now go through. So you cast it.
Did you say that the spell does go through or it doesn't?
The spell goes through. He was about to retributive strike you, but stopped.
Alright. Last two actions, she's going to stare at the creature. She is not breaking eye contact from him. And as she is casting guidance on herself, you start to hear like this haunting lullaby start to come from Agatha. And listening to it, you can just start to hear like this slow build of wind begin to rise around her. And as she's staring at the creature, she's bringing both of her hands up, almost like an X pattern. And then as if it's in a crescendo, she's going to bring both hands down hard in an X shape, and she's going to be casting Slashing Gust.
Targets one or two creatures 60 feet of you. Make a spell attack against each target's armor class. This deals 2d4 slashing damage. On a critical success, the target takes bleed damage. If you're attacking two creatures, this counts as 2 attacks for your multiple attack penalty. So your next attack would be -10.
Yeah, but technically you can reach the other guy too. Nice.
But the penalty doesn't increase until after both attacks. So go
Oh,
ahead.
that's even better.
So are you attacking one or both?
Attacking both.
All right, one each. So go ahead and make an attack on each, separate. Who's this on? I'll assume that's the demon.
That's going to be on the demon in front of her.
That's going to be a miss.
Gonna hero point.
I missed by 1. Okay. That's a hit. 1 point away from a critical. 15 slashing.
Since it's also air, that's going to be adding extra damage to it.
Right, hold on. Wait a minute. You did 15 damage? It's going to be a total of 10 on him. Where's this extra damage you're talking about?
The elemental betrayal that she cast.
Yeah. There was a plan.
What, the air?
Mm-hmm.
No kidding.
I told you she had a few tricks up her sleeve, and I wasn't joking.
Well, this is slashing damage, not air damage.
It's considered an air attack. Traits of air.
Is it really?
Yep.
Yes, it
Effects
is.
with the air
Yeah.
trait is blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Hot damn.
Give me that damage, baby.
All right, 15 minus 10 is 10, or minus 5 is 10, plus 2.
12 damage on the demon in front of her, and then I'll roll for the second one.
So you did 12 points of damage.
And then here's the second attack.
All right, this is on Arevian.
Hero pointing it. baby. 32.
It hits. Normal.
That is 12 points of damage at him.
Did you roll it?
Oh, 1 second.
All right, so that's 11 slashing. Minus 10 is 1. Plus the 2 for air is 3 total points damage.
And that is all from her.
Okay. Didn't affect him as much, but still.
Oh, I also need to roll for, since she took bleed damage.
That should be automated. When your turn is over, it'll roll the dice that you take for damage, and then after that, you roll your d20.
Okay.
So your turn's over. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And it gave you 5. Make sure it deducted 5. It should do it automatically. Did it?
Yep.
All right, now make your flat check. You need a 20. Nope. All right.
All right. That's it from her.
Watch that bleed damage, Dizzy. It'll kill you.
I'm watching.
First aid could solve it. All right, Björn.
All right. I'm going to actually move around Cat so I can move down here. But I'm going to be moving around Cat, in essence. And I'm going to attack a Revy. I will hero point that. Oh, still a miss. Alright, well, let's try it again. Had terrible luck on the first strikes, but pretty decent on second, so. Yeah, no, not good enough this time.
Okay, Cypher, your turn has come.
I will begin by casting slow on him.
Slow.
I'm gonna try to manipulate time.
Ooh. Failure by 4.
Alright, so that's for 1 minute. Cypher's just going to shout to everybody, take
Oof.
advantage!
Wow.
I think this might be a turning point. And then she'll continue that dirge of doom. And that's my turn.
Is this sustained or is this brand new back to frightened 1 again?
It's brand new back to frightened 1.
Okay. All right, so boy, that slowed. That's crippling. Imagine if you got a critical. Slowed
I was
2.
hoping, but I didn't think that was going to be possible.
You'd have 1 action every turn. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be able to cast
Still,
spells.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, that'd be awful. Like if it had happened to me, I would be like, well, here you get your courageous anthem, guys. That's my 1 action. Yeah, so that's my turn.
You're up,
Still
Draug.
singing words backwards.
Draug mutters a curse in whatever northern language he speaks as he looks down on his
Don't make me
hellish
look it up.
glaive and steps in behind Erevian and swings for him. 22. That is
Miss.
probably a hero point.
Well, plus he's off guard now.
Oh yeah. Let me make him off guard. His armor class will be 27.
Here
Make him
comes the
off
reroll.
guard.
Well, yeah, he strikes again. No, that's my turn.
You guys aren't hitting him.
Yeah, I can't roll today.
All right, so Now, which weapon are you using? Because you had a
The
halberd
glaive.
and
The
you had a
glaive.
glaive. So what are you doing with the halberd? Is that laced
The
to your
halberd is-
back or something?
Yeah, laced to my back. I guess carrying it. However you carry a halberd.
That's up to you to describe.
Yeah, it's laced to my back then.
And I'll tell you if it's retrievable within the normal constraints of combat. That'll take 3 actions.
But yeah, he's been wielding the glaive since he picked it up in here.
All right, as you wield this around, it doesn't seem anything unusual about it. It's functioning pretty much like a glaive would be expected to function. Doesn't seem to be anything special about it, although it's pretty nasty looking. Yeah. Okay, Draug, you're done. We're going to go to the Barbazu. As I was saying, he backs away from you. He's going to 5-foot step back. And he's threatening you with this glaive now. He looks a little bit fearful, though. Not necessarily of you. He keeps looking behind him in the direction of Erevian. But he's holding his ground.
You'll stay here. You will not come out with the others. You will stay here. I warn you.
He's just out of reach of his glaive. And, okay, he's going to ready an action. Next, we're going to go to round 3. Martova.
Okay, let me see.
Tactical RPG. Right, Fred?
He's going to cast Spiritual Weapon. Up here, directly behind this Barbazu. And,
What does it look like? What is this?
well, she has a, what is her preferred weapon here? What is she?
Lollipop.
Right, so Scimitar.
Giant lollipop.
Yeah, a spiritual scimitar just kind of appears out of the ether and manifests behind this Barbazu, and it begins to attack the Barbazu. Yeah. Guess that's what we're gonna do now. And that is a hit. So this will be this is not slashing damage, this is going to be force damage, so 8 points of force damage.
If I remember correctly, isn't force considered air?
No.
No, it has to say air in it, I think.
Yeah, it needs the
Yeah,
trait.
I'm pretty sure it needs the trait, yeah.
And I guess we're gonna try that again. Or no, actually, no, she's not. No, she's not. She's going to cast Bless. So everybody within 5 feet of Cat will get the effect of Bless. +1 status bonus to attack rolls. So drag that over to your token. Cypher, this affects you as well since you're within 5 feet.
Woohoo.
Get rid of these bodies.
questions.
Alright, I'm gonna roll dice here. 1 to 2, he gets radically crazy. Here it is. He's gonna really take some risks. No, he doesn't. He sees what's happening. He's very concerned. He knows what he needs to do. He is going to lash out. Give me a number between 1 and 6. Fred.
6.
Alright, Bjorn, he's going to lash out at you.
All right.
It's going to be 31.
Hit, not critical.
Okay, this quill comes down at you and pierces your flesh. 23 points. Plus persistent damage. Oh, 2d6 bleed. Is that what it says? I think it does. 2d6 bleed. Oh, wait a minute. Did you already have... Well, no, you got it. You're all right. Which should kick in. You take 2d6 now, right?
Yeah, I think it's all factored into the roll. And then after that, as the rounds progress, I'll take bleed damage as normal then.
Piercing 2d6, spirit 1d6. Doesn't say any bleed. It didn't roll for your bleed damage. So it's not counting that right now. Now, I think you get that bleed damage during the attack, as well as at the end of every one of your turns. Don't you take 2d6 now? And if you did, why didn't it just add it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
I don't think so.
Well, we'll let it go for now. Just something I need to look up. Because that's what I kind of been doing. I say kinda. Rolling it and then adding it. And then you'll take the persistent at the end of every one of your turns from then on. That's kind of the way I'm doing it. But I'm not so sure that's what's done. Because it doesn't make sense. They wouldn't just roll that right now. Of course, they might.
If it was meant to be right now, you'd think it would have rolled in right now.
Yeah, maybe it'll do it at the end of Arevian's turn. I don't know. He made his attack on you, and then he's going to spend his second action. Damn. Yeah, I'm just gonna 5-foot step here. Let's see, I'll end his turn and see if it adds damage to you. No, I don't think it did. Agatha, you're up. So don't take any extra damage, just wait till your turn. Maybe that's the way it's done. In which case I screwed up.
Going to do battle medicine on herself.
Huh?
Battle medicine. I can't do that during combat, can I?
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
That's
I
what
can?
battle
Okay.
medicine does.
Then I'll do for my first action battle medicine.
What are you trying to do? What is your... That heals wounds.
Just gonna try and...
Are you thinking
Just gonna
first
try and
aid?
help stop the bleeding damage.
Alright, that's different. You don't use battle
Okay.
magic for that. What you do is you just make a normal medicine check.
Alright, then.
It's called... Let me finish. It's called... So you can remember this. If I could find the freaking page. It's called Administer First Aid. It's its own separate action. It takes 2 actions to do. Okay? Is that all right? 2 actions. You're using it to stop bleeding. So your DC will be 5 higher than normal, which is 20. So it's going to be 25. So go ahead and beat 25 with your medicine check. If you do that successfully, you're going to make an additional flat check to stop the bleeding, which will only be a DC of 15.
Okay.
It's a bonus. So first make your medicine check. DC 25. Go.
So, I'm probably blind. Apparently I don't have battle medicine because I'm looking at my stuff.
It's not battle medicine.
Oh, it's...
Just make a medicine check.
I mean,
Just make a medicine check. There you go, 30. So you beat it. So now you get an immediate flat check to stop the bleeding, and the DC is only 15 this time because you were successful with this roll. This is to stop the bleeding. Flat check, 15. Oh. But you were successful. Your DC will be 15.
last action, she's gonna back up 5 feet.
Yeah, not much else she can do.
And that's it.
You could use battle medicine. Oh, you don't have it. Okay.
Nope.
All right, you're done. Bjorn.
All right.
All right, wait a minute. There's your 2 points of persistent bleed damage, Agatha.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't deduct, so manually reduce your hit points down by 2. See, in that case, it didn't deduct for some reason, so you had to do it. So you should have 10 hit points now. Reduce your hit points by 2, Dizzy.
Alright.
Yeah, I can see it in the chat where she did.
I get the wither tree takes 2 damage. What? There you go. She was at 14 last turn. All right, now make your flat check DC 15. Again, this is to stop the bleeding. And, oh, it was a 20 and rolled off and got a 14. Jeez. All right, so you're still bleeding. Next, Bjorn, go.
Take a 5-foot step, and I'm going to engage your opening. Hit, normal. Will be 16 points of slashing damage.
Minus 10. That's going to be 6.
Mere mortals. I warned you.
Do it again. Actually, no, we're not. I cast my focus spell, Weapon Surge. So basically, on my next strike, if I hit, I will do an additional D6 spirit damage on top of it. So here we go. Hit, normal. This will do that, plus I need to add another D6 to that. So you're going to take 19 points slashing damage and 4 points of spirit damage. $23 points. yeah, that's it.
Cypher. Oh, wait a minute. Gonna do the persistent damage. You're taking 2d6.
Yep.
What if the DC is the same? I'll have to look that up. I.e. 20. I'll look that up. You're up, Cypher.
I'm going to 3-action cast Magic Missile on him. So that's 6, and then all of them are counted together. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. $24 in total. Force.
You strike into him.
You're next. Soulless one.
Is that a compliment? She's just being sassy back.
Oh, you're next. Draug?
Yeah, Draug starts to get really annoyed with the fact that he's hitting thin air all the time. But he will once again try to disarm Arabian and hit that quill so it falls on the ground.
Trying to take that quill from him, are you?
Yeah.
Athletics.
Can I roll from there? Yeah, I could. Here we go.
He is off guard. I don't know if that means anything.
It doesn't help.
20 is a failure.
Yeah. How big is the demon?
He's pretty tall. Maybe 7-8 feet.
Ah,
still medium.
Small enough. Draug goes in for a grapple attempt. Tries to grab him by the cloth of his neck, pull him down.
Okay, athletics or unarmed strike.
35.
Ooh, 35. It's fortitude, I believe. Fortitude DC. That's going to be 29, which you beat. So you're successful, which means
He is grabbed.
your opponent is grabbed. That's a condition until the end of your next turn, unless you move or your opponent escapes. So, to the end of your next turn, he is grabbed. He basically can't move. Let me mark him as grabbed. A reminder that he can't move.
And restrained is even better, right?
Right. Critical
So can I
success.
try to tighten my grip and do another... I mean, do I get any bonuses for trying to tighten the grip, basically, since I have him grabbed?
Hold on.
If I do another grapple check? Or how does that work?
We'll see in a second.
It says you can grapple a target you already have grabbed or restrained without having a friend. Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's to keep him there.
That's, keep him next turn, basically. When
So
it comes around.
it's basically a debuff. He's off guard as long as you have him that grabbed. He also can't move. So he
Will
can't-
you allow me to drag him around?
Depends on how you describe it and exactly how you want to do it.
I'm
How
holding
many actions
him
do
by...
you have left? One?
I have one action left, and I have him fairly well grabbed. So I have him grabbed by the horns on his back, because he has a lot of protruding stuff. So I basically want to drag him.
Picture this. Picture yourself with a glaive in your one hand. And with your other free hand, you have a grab on him in such a way that he can't move away from you. That's what this whole scene looks like. Nobody's prone. Nobody's...
So what I want to do if I can do this, I will not describe it. If it's plausible, since I can drop my glaive with a free action, can I grab him with my other hand and start pulling him backwards towards the torture bench down here?
Yeah, you could do it. Give me another athletics check to grab. You free action,
will
drop
grab.
your glaive. It's on the ground.
37. I will drag him down to the torture table
Okay, so you have...
with the intent of next time I will start, like, throwing the chains around him.
Okay, so you spent 2 actions grabbing, correct?
Yep.
You have 1 action remaining to move.
I wish to drag him down. For some reason I can't ping anymore.
Essentially, that's a movement.
Yep.
So let me think here.
I want to move him here with me.
Just hold on. Hold on. I have to think if this is even possible. Because he is resisting. What'd you get? A 37?
Yes.
37, that's pretty good. He had to beat a 29 with that second roll, but it's not critical. Alright, I'm going to say there's a 1 in 6 chance you can get him to where you want to be.
You're cutting out a bit. I'm sorry.
There's a 1 in 6 chance of you getting him to where you want to be. Alright? You got a 2. So in that case, I'll allow you to drag him, and he's putting up a resistance to this position right here.
And would that provoke an attack of opportunity from me?
No. It's your friend that's doing the movement. He's just dragging him along. That's as far as he can get, and I moved your token and just made a duplicate. I gotta refresh. Whoops. I gotta refresh my page. Hold on. So I think that's fair.
You probably need to come in and out of the chat, Fritz. You're cutting out like every 3 seconds. There's like a second pause in your...
Is that with everybody?
In your voice.
Not for me.
Yeah, no, you've been fine.
You've been fine for me
yeah.
so far.
Then I will step out. Be right back. That was my turn though.
Okay. Let me reload here. Who's up next?
The Barbazu.
The Barbazu. All right, he's... Now, that spell that you got going on, does that have to be sustained? Is that sword still there?
Yeah, I can sustain it next turn.
Okay, so it's...
And keep it.
So it is still there. We didn't mess up or
Yes.
anything. Okay. So, he sees this. He's being attacked. He's not going to back up into it. He's pretty focused on you, Agatha. Not going anywhere, leaving this room. Okay, I'm back in here. So... Does the sword have attack of opportunities or anything like that? I don't think it does.
No, I don't think it does.
It does not.
And it can be in the same space as another player without like any issues.
All right. He's a bit concerned about its presence there. He does back away from it. He's kind of almost in an off-guard situation here. Kind of not knowing what to do. And that's his turn. We're going to whip into the next turn. Martova.
Oh, this creature's gonna hate me.
Tova's going to move up there, and she's going to cast her last heal on Agatha. This will be a 2 action. So, here we go. 3d10 plus 24. There you go, Diz. 44 back.
Take note, players. Take note. Kyle knows.
Yeah.
Fred knows.
There we go. That's Martova.
Little positive energy sent towards Agatha. That's strange.
Yeah, like Martova just kind of, in her very typical self, just kind of frolics up across there, and you see this glowing energy coming from the scimitar that she has, and she extends her hand out, and all this energy kind of dwells around Agatha.
You're not used to this positive energy. Agatha, it's new to you. It feels good. It feels wonderful. Different. All right. She done?
Yeah, she's done.
Okay. Revian is next. All right, so first thing he's going to do is he's going to try and escape. This is going to be oh, here we go again. I never remember this. It's going to be a athletics check against
His reflex DC.
reflex DC. Athletics DC. Attempt to check unarmed attack modifier against the DC of the effect. This is typically the athletics DC of a creature grabbing you. Alright. That always throws us off every freaking time. What's your athletics DC?
18.
For your athletic DC?
Think so. I don't know what the DC is. I have 18 in athletics.
You have plus 18 in athletics, right?
Yep.
You add 10 to it, so your DC would be
28.
28.
Ah, there you go.
Really? This guy must be cursed or something. He's only got a +4 in athletics.
He's a
Poor thing.
bookworm.
Yeah, he's only got a +4 in athletics. Damn. He's no good at this. He got
He's
a
stuck.
17. Let me look at his
Stuck in a bear hug.
strength +3. Skills. Yeah, he's not athletics. He's got nothing special there, so damn. Boy, he's a little flimsy guy. Alright, so that failed. He's gonna lift and strike you with the quill. Fool. Alright, so he's gonna make a quill attack. This will count as a second attack because his attempted escape, I think, is an attack, I believe. Yeah, so let's roll this. Actually, it was my unarmed attack that I could have used. Let me change that. Let me back that up. Instead of using my athletics, you're supposed to use, or you can use, it says you use your unarmed strike, which makes a whole lot more sense. So we'll count this attack as the unarmed strike. Yeah, it wouldn't be any different, at least in terms of modifiers. So he broke free. So he's no longer grabbed. That seems fair to me. Now it makes much more sense to me. And he's only got one more action. Alright, he'll attack with the quill. This will be his second attack. And it's going to be against... give me a number from 1 to 6, Bjorn.
6.
Okay, it's going to be against... Thraug. It's going to be a 32. 32 against Thraug.
You got 25. Easy. 24, actually.
It's going to be 23 points of damage. You're going to take the bleed, which we're not going to apply now until the end of your turn.
What was that? Bleed damage.
Well, don't worry about it. Wait till the end of your turn.
Yep, yep.
So you just took 23 points from that, and then he's done.
Yep.
We're going to go to Agatha. Wither Tree, you're up.
All right.
Oh, what do you do, Agatha?
See her. As she's watching the demon, her gaze shifts, and she's gonna look down the hallway till she makes direct eye contact with I keep on pronouncing his name wrong. Azarian? Varian, something like that.
Arabian.
Arabian, thank you. And as she looks at Arabian, her eyes start to shift this unnatural color. It shifts from a normal blue to almost like a deep crimson purple color, as her attention then shifts back to the demon in front of her. She's going to be casting Wilding Word first.
Okay. Huh. All right. So remember that.
And then after that, you start the entire group start to feel like this rumbling sound in their ears. And as they hear this rumbling, the air seems to start to become electrified. Like the hairs on everybody's skin is all standing at attention. They start to feel as if the air is being sucked out of their lungs. And as she's still focusing on the demon, this bright light, almost as if one of the gods or goddesses had stepped down, and she's casting Thunderstrike at the demon.
Roll your damage. No damage.
Roll damage, you said?
It took no damage. It got a critical success on the save.
Alright.
Good try. What's your hero
Now-
points? What's your hero points like right now?
Let's see here. I've already used both my hero points that I had left.
All right, give yourself another hero point.
All right.
Because you're being nice and descriptive. Go ahead. Get one more action.
Alright, so that was all three of her actions.
Oh, she's done.
And I think I still have to do that flat d20 check.
It will come. It should. Right after when your turn ends. So let me move to the next persona.
Okay.
Okay, you took 1 point of damage. Check your hit points and see if it did. It should be at, oh, you got healed.
Yep.
So you took 1 hit point. Now make your flat check. It's going to be
Alrighty.
DC 15. Flat check. Stop the bleeding. Here we go. 1.
Can I do a hero point?
Yes, you can.
Hero point, that sucker.
There you go. The bleed is
19.
gone. Get rid of your bleed. It stopped miraculously. Okay, Bjorn, you're up.
Gonna step up in here and see how many more times I can miss.
Yeah, it's not your night. It's one of those nights.
Nope, miss.
I can't believe though that it doesn't give him more like negative modifiers being grappled.
He's not grappled anymore.
Nope, he broke free on you. So that'll be
Oh, he did.
25 points of slashing damage.
25 points. Minus 10.
So that'll be 15 then.
Yeah, he's pretty resistant to normal weapons.
That's all I can do.
Okay, we're going to go to Cypher. He is off guard, however.
Yes, it is. Nope.
All right. On Cypher's turn, she's going to continue with her song and cast another spell to hopefully, make things a little bit easier for her allies. She casts Ray of Enfeeblement. And he needs to make a fortitude save.
What is the attack down here for?
Good question. I sap the strength from the flow. Oh, I have to attempt a spell ranged attack against the target. If I succeed, the creature... Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright, well, let's get this going.
Jumping the gun there, aren't you, Rachel?
I forget. It's only a first level spell, so that makes sense that I have to do a little bit extra than like a 4th level. If that misses, I would like to hero point it.
You got a 23.
Yeah, pretty sure that does.
He's a 27.
Let's
off.
re-roll.
He's currently distracted and off guard. A little easier to hit.
That time it's a 32.
There you go. That's a success.
So now he makes the fortitude save.
32. Success. What does that mean?
It was a double. Well, he still gets enfeebled 1. So that's something.
Feebled 1. Well, he's got all
Yeah.
kinds of conditions on him.
That's the plan. And of course that. So that was my turn.
All right. Cypher's doing a lot of stuff here. Little debuffs everywhere. Was grabbed there for a little bit. But Kyle needs to hit. Throw, you're up.
Well, I've been hitting. I just can't get the crit.
Draug snarls in disappointment as the demon once again wriggles out of his grasp, and you see his eyes glaze over and him hunching down like a feral beast about to punch on its prey.
Uh-oh.
You see the muscles in his arms and his back swell up, just as it almost looks like his skin is gonna burst open from the strain that his muscle puts onto it. He stands up and lets out an intimidating roar that makes the air vibrate and the hair on your neck stand up.
Is he raging?
Rage. Yes.
It's about time.
He lunges forward towards the Revian and tries to grab him in a huge bear hug.
Okay. Grapple.
Grapple.
34. That's going to be success.
I bite him in his neck with my protruding, long canine teeth. 23. I'm gonna hero point it. $27.
You just sink those teeth in his flesh.
23 damage.
I like how you actually have a Jaws attack.
Yes, I do.
Awesome. So you're kind of
He's a bear.
Yeah.
He's a bear.
23 points of piercing. So minus 10, it's going to be 13. It's particularly tough and resist. Oop, I gave him 0 hit points. Son of a bitch. All right. Hope I didn't take him down too far. That was a really brutal bite. But yeah, that did some damage. Okay, Drug. Anything else?
That was it, right?
Okay.
I think so.
The Barbazu
Great.
Guard.
I need to do my 6 damage, and I want to do a recovery check. No.
So you failed.
Bleeding. Yeah.
What do you... 2d6 you take.
Yeah, it's rolled already.
Alright, you're all good. Alright, let's get back to the Barbazu. Oh boy. Okay, he's done. He's still holding his ground, looking both ways. He sees the cleric coming, but he looks scared and he looks threatening at the same time. Martova's up.
You can take that spiritual weapon off the board. I did not sustain it, so she'll move up to just within its reach, and she'll take a 5-foot step to get in close.
Alright, he will attack.
On a 5-foot step.
Oh, sorry. So you spent 2 actions or 1 action to do that?
2 action, 1 action to move to just outside of his range, and then a 5-foot step to get in range.
Okay.
So, and then we'll do 1 attack, and that'll be your last action. Yes, and she does have a hero point, so we will use that.
Did I give you a hero point, Draug?
Nope.
Go ahead and give yourself one.
Thank you.
Quite descriptive there from what was going on.
That'll be 6 points of slashing damage on that guy.
6 points will equal 1. No, it's doing it again. Let's see, how do I do this? I gotta open his character sheet. And then refresh. Okay. Okay, she's done.
Yeah, she is done. She moved up, did a 5-foot step, attack.
All right, let me do a Revian here before I refresh. Revian's in a bad way here. He sees what is happening. He's only got 2 actions. He's going to spend both weaving magic. And let me double check this spell. Oh, there's no components anymore. Well, manipulate. All right, it's got the manipulate trait. So, if either or both of you guys want to make a retributive strike, if you have one, I think you
Absolutely.
both do.
Yes, we do.
So both go for it.
Hit normal.
Okay, roll your damage.
Oh, and I should have said that, but this will be piercing.
Okay.
16 points piercing.
Okay, that's going to equal 10. Or 6. So that means he's going to be at 30. Go ahead, Drog.
32.
32 will hit normal.
17.
17 piercing. So it's
Yes.
7. Okay. And he said, "Death's door." All right, the magic. Nobody got a critical, right? No.
No.
All right, so the magic gets through and he disappears to reappear 100 feet to an area that he can see. All right, so I'm going to say there is a 4 in 6 chance he's going to go back in that room with Agatha. Otherwise, he's going to go somewhere else. Let's roll this. 1 to 4, it's Agatha time. Yep, he's going up in that chamber. Kind of risky, but he's going to do it. Now, I don't know if he's out of range of anything. Cypher, the fear thing, and all that stuff. So if something goes out of effect, let me know. But he's done. He only has 2 actions. Slowed for a minute. And
yeah, he is out of range.
Point of order, by the way. I think I forgot to roll for or give myself temporary hit points.
it automatically
should
gave
have.
you them.
Oh, it does. Okay.
So when you take damage, it'll come from those first.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. Is that the small blue bar
Yes.
above
that's
my?
the small-
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Thank
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to refresh this. Agatha, you're up as Erevian appears out of nowhere, right in front of you, as if he walked through a door. There he is, right in front of you. This hulking demon. What do you do?
All right. As soon as she sees Arabian, instead of casting haste on herself,
'Du say she's casting haste?
as soon as she casts that, second action. Let's see here. Her third action is going to be her movement. Feet. End of her action.
All right. What did you do?
I cast haste on myself.
All right, that gives you an extra action.
So she's got one more action then.
Well, what did you do? Because I don't know what you did. at all.
She cast haste on herself. Magic empowers the target to
How
act
many
faster.
actions did
Gains
haste take?
2.
Put it in the chat.
Already did?
I don't see it. I see Dirge of Doom.
Yeah, if you scroll down, it says haste, range 30 feet, targets one creature, duration 1 minute. Magic empowers the target to act faster. It gains the quickened condition and can use the extra action each round only for a strike or a stride action.
All right, I don't see it. It's not showing up. But then what did you do?
Alright, so I already did 3 since that gave me a 4th action. I'm going to move another 25 feet to get away from both those creatures.
Where is your token?
She's under Motova.
I gotta refresh again. I'm not seeing the chat. I'm not seeing where you are.
And then once you refresh, I'm going to be moving another 25 feet.
Well, that demon there has attack of
Reactive strike.
and I don't think he used it.
No.
No.
Nope.
So he'll make an attack on you, which could drop you. Sure you want to do it?
So, that being the thing, is he going to take reactive strike on her?
Yeah, probably.
Alright.
Definitely, actually. I see bless. I see haste. All right. Now, how are you intending to move here? Whoops, I took you out of the map because it's... You're totally blocked off. Maybe if you go this way,
That's what she was going to do.
and then right here, I guess. But right here, from this position, you have to tumble through.
Mhm.
There's no clear space. I don't think so. Let me see. There is there, but that's a diagonal, and it's through his square. It's the only place. But he's going to attack of opportunity right from the beginning, so let's do that right now. Before you attempt to tumble through. 25. That's going to be a normal hit. And this will give you bleed damage once again. Infernal Wound is back in action. You're going to take 22 points of damage. So give yourself 22 points. And also you're going to have 1d6 bleed. Don't apply it now. It'll be at the end of your turn. And then you'll make your recovery roll from it. Now, second action, or what was haste? Haste was 2 actions. So your third action was to move here. Your final fourth action is going to be to tumble through because you can't move any further.
Mhm.
So you're using your fourth bonus action here from the spell to tumble through. And that'll give you a full stride, depending on your results, how far you get. But you're basically moving into his square. So that's going to be 5 feet, probably plus another 5 feet. Depends on your roll. So make an athletic or acrobatics roll.
Okay.
Against his reflex DC, which is 22. Not too bad. 13.
Here, Pony, if I have one left.
You only get a +1 on this. This is
Son of a gun.
your average
she
roll will
doesn't.
be an 11. All right, so you failed.
Yep.
Failure. Your movement ends, and you trigger reactions as if you had moved out of the square you started in. So you basically end your turn exactly where you're sitting. That's it.
Yep.
Okay. Keep that in mind. Your acrobatics sucks. You're not good at that. Next, Bjorn.
Getting in there.
All right, hold on. We got to make a check for Agatha. Make your flat check. You need a 20 DC. Okay.
Hey.
Nope. Okay, Bjorn, go ahead.
There's one stride. Now. What can I do here?
At least you got him trapped up there. Maybe.
We're about to find out. I'm gonna cast Battle Prayer on the Barbazu. That guy. I need to make a religion check against its will DC.
22.
32.
Critical success. Oh, alignment. Or 66
spiritual
damage. Or 66 damage if you have legendary. All right.
Yep. It's just a master. So is that 2d6 or 1d6 you cut out there?
2d6.
So that'll be 8 points of spirit damage. And yeah. Gonna take a 5-foot step right there. That's it.
Cypher. Oh, go ahead. Make your flat check. Bjorn.
Carry on.
Okay, Cypher. You and your multiple images. What do you do?
So all three of us that remain rush in. All right. Question. Do we want to end this now? Cypher's just kind of like eyeing the others like, I'm going for it. I'm going for it.
Going for what? You're gonna try to take on a Revian?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
From this distance?
Oh, spells, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, got 40 left. I guess I could take one. You wanted to drop something on him.
Yeah, she's going to use that final spell slot to cast Magic Missile. This will only be 4 hits. How much near death is, I don't know. But in total, I've got just 12.
$12 damage?
Yep, 12 force.
That was against Arevian?
Yeah.
Ooh. It hit him full on. But he's hanging in there by a thread. A thread, Cypher. A thread.
Jesus shouts, we have you cornered. Quick, somebody.
Surrender.
We're beyond that.
Yeah, we're well beyond that in Bjorn's eyes. Yeah.
Draug.
Somebody sneeze on him.
Right, I'll fart on him.
Draug howls out in confused rage as the target disappears from his grasp, and he strides on forward twice up here. Then he grabs this little puny cleric that's in the way and shoves her to the side. Maybe there.
I'm just poking in real quick. Fritz, you never rolled for against the wildling word.
Put it in the
I
chat.
just now realized that.
Put it in the chat. Sustained for 1 minute. You have to sustain it. Which means spending an action to sustain it every turn.
Whenever I cast it, you never rolled.
The target must attempt a will save. Reluctant to harm. Well, none of them are trying to harm you. No one attacked you.
She casted the demon that was trying to take her out.
Yeah, this guy. He didn't attack you. The only thing he did is he made a attack of opportunity. So in that case, it would have applied. So I would have to make a save there first. Let's make the save. Will save. And DC 26. He rolled a 33.
Damn.
Success means when the target attempts an attack roll or skill roll that would harm you, which it did with its attack of opportunity, it takes a -2 status penalty to its roll. So I don't think that would have... I think he rolled high enough to still hit you like he did. That was a substantial roll, if I remember. You could scroll up there and look for it, Kyle, if you want. But we'll keep that as it is. Okay, so that's it. Question is, did you sustain it? No. You did your... Actually, you didn't sustain it at all. So that actually wouldn't have applied. That will save wouldn't kicked in because you didn't sustain it on the turn that you actually used haste and moved and attempted an acrobatics. You needed to spend an action to sustain it from the previous casting. Either way, it didn't play a role. All right, Draug, go ahead.
Third action. Draug picks up that small little puny human cleric in front of him and tosses her over his shoulder so she lands behind him.
What's your
You're
intention?
moving
here?
Martova.
Moving Martova to... I can't ping, sorry, but just south of me.
All right, wait a
square
minute. What is
south
your
of-
intention?
To pick her up and throw her on my shoulder.
what reason?
So she gets out of the way. We need to get in there and eat these people.
All right, so I'm not going to let you move her out of sequence, even with the throw, because I think she would resist in this case. She don't know what you're doing. If you want to go into her square, you can. You'll be off guard. I'll let you do that.
Let me see how far I moved. I'm not sure if that's my third move. Give me a second.
That's right. You can attack anyway with your weapon.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I can go in there and
You can attack from where you
hit
are.
on her. No, I don't have a weapon. I'm moving into her square.
All
I'm attacking the Barbasu.
I'll let you make one attack. Go ahead.
Gnawing on him.
Oh,
36.
There you go.
Dang.
There you go.
So I guess I press the
Critical
critical
success.
button in chat now.
Yes,
Yep.
you do.
Go.
Hammer time.
Crit once to you.
38
Nom, nom, nom.
piercing damage.
Yeah, you get him. You snack on that Slim Jim there, Fred. You get it. Mm-hmm.
Describe
Oh, wait a minute.
how you consume this creature.
Draug bites him across the face, grabs him by the horns with both his hands, and rips his skull open, leaving the body to slump down to the ground.
And slump he does.
Oh my.
I'm doing something worthwhile.
Very good, Draug. Very good. Awesome. You were raging too, weren't you?
Yes.
In which case, I'll let you do what you originally intended. You moved her out of the way. But let's say we push her over here.
Yeah.
Because she'll land on this hot brazier. It wouldn't be good.
As the body falls to the floor, Draug kneels over, lurches forward, and starts screaming into the what's left of the skull of the demon.
Make your recovery roll from bleeding. You just took 8 points.
Nope.
All right. This has got to be the final round. We're closing in now. Martova just got rudely flipped over Draug's shoulder.
Yes, she did. She takes grand exception to that.
She's so little.
She's going to cast.
She's little, but she packs a punch.
Yeah.
I cast Painful Vibrations. Might as well. This creature needs a Revian needs to make a DC 26 Fortitude save. Basic.
Okay, roll damage.
34. 17. The target takes half damage. He's done.
17 Sonic. All right. And this was Kat's character. All right, so go ahead, Kyle. Describe how Martova, with sonic damage, fells this demon.
She kind of takes grand exception to being moved around by this brute of a man called Draug, and she spins around behind Bjorn, kind of using Bjorn as a human shield. He is rather good at that, being 7 feet 1 inches tall. He blocks everything, and she weaves this arcane magic. You can feel this humming coming from her. As she steps around Bjorn and slings her hands free, and her left hand comes up from underneath, and you just see Arabian squashed like a giant bug that he is.
Very good. Everybody take away your bleed damage. As once again silence descends upon the heroes after a desperate, brutal fight with Arevian himself. The lord over this prison complex. He's been defeated. His body falls and blackens and begins to turn to cinders. Slowly, a mist begins to arise from his carcass. His body shaking from the vibrations that hit him until motionless. So here you are, breathing heavy after a big fight. You've done him in. What are you thinking, Bjorn?
Yeah, Bjorn's going to kind of move in, walk up to Arabian.
Teamwork.
Yeah, that was good teamwork on everybody. We kind of kept him contained, kept him down there. I love the fact that we moved around with him. instead of just letting go. He kind of danced right around down in there. Got some good hits. Not a lot of hits, not a lot of criticals or anything like that, but a good hit. Just some good solid hits, some good magics at play. Cypher with Magic of Missile came in clutch. Me with the hits, Agatha with the spells, and Draug with the crits at the end. Well done, everybody. Yeah, Bjorn will, as one last little act of defiance, Bjorn will sanctify the demonic remains. If he had holy water, he'd be pouring holy water all over that bit.
Yeah, there's nothing left on his body to find. And as you stumble into this room and do this, all of you see a new face appear. And that is the face. Whether or not this is familiar to you, I don't recall. But this individual calls herself Agatha. Why she's here? What happened to Thalsaria? What connection does she have with Thalsaria? What did Thalsaria do? Did she sign the contract? What happened there? Does Agatha know anything about this? Those are the questions that are swirling through your head after fighting this Arevian and finishing off his retinue of guards. And I guess those will be questions for the next episode, because we're nearing the end here. It's almost 10:30. Not bad. Perfect timing. So well done, everybody. Good teamwork. That was really good with the teamwork. Everybody gets a hero point. In fact, make it 3. Everybody gets 3 hero points. As we conclude the session.
Fantastic.
Let me get rid of these bodies. They're everywhere. All right, you guys. Any last words here before we call it?
Sure. As Bjorn kind of gets done sanctifying the remains, this final denying Arevian, he will stand up, sword in hand, and turn to Agatha, looking rather menacingly. And that's where Bjorn's going to pipe off for the night.
Okay.
We'll pick it up next session.
All right, let's do our concluding thoughts then before we call this out. Let's start with Rachel. Rachel, what did you think? Good stuff there. You did some good stuff. I was hoping to see the whip make an appearance again tonight. Nope, didn't happen.
You know, I almost brought the whip out. Instead, that was when I decided to slow it instead.
That was awesome.
So I'm like, we're all gathering around here. It's really getting us good with those, actions and attacking more than once, things like that. And so I'm like, well, if I just debuff him, maybe I'll have to heal less. Because sometimes I find that even though I'm the bard, sometimes I'm using a lot of my soothe to heal.
Okay, watch. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I'm just glad that the guy actually failed, because there were a couple other times where there was a critical success on their part, and it negated everything. So there's always a chance that that'll happen. But yeah, I had a good time. I'm glad that he reappeared. And it's funny because when he originally disappeared, I was like, that's not the last we've seen of him. I just had a feeling, and yeah, I just didn't think it would be so soon.
What'd you think, Dizzy? Got Agatha back in action?
And surprisingly, she didn't drop or she didn't even die.
Oof, it was close. That one attack while you left the game for a few minutes. Boy, did he weigh into you. I was thinking, oh, this
Close.
might do her in, and she's not even here.
55 damage.
Yep, one shot.
Yeah, but she's a tough old bird.
What was going on there is that Arevian was communicating to the demon, "Don't kill her, don't slay her." He spent some actions to do that. In fact, I don't know if anyone noticed, but that's what that whole, like, he got you, he hit you, he was going to keep on going, but then suddenly, like, something was talking to him. That was Arevian, because he saw what was happening. He was supposed to keep you at bay. He wanted you alive. Unfortunately, he never got a chance to do any more after dimensioning door right into your face there.
Yeah, he screwed himself on that one.
Yeah, that slowed. That really was the turning point. Everything went against him. That one extra action.
As soon as he did that, my character's just like,
Son of a bitch.
I hate to break this to you, but you just screwed yourself there, buddy.
It was good. How about you, Cypher? Rachel, I just Bjorn?
You really want to come back to me, don't you?
Hi there, how you doing? Yeah, I think that was utter fantastic. I think if we don't have slow on this guy, I think we're still fighting him at this point, because just negating his abilities like that really came in clutch. Some good hits when we needed them. A lot of misses tonight, but we also had a lot of hits when we needed them. Like I said, no crits, but at the end didn't really need them. Yeah, just good teamwork out of everybody. Kind of Fred and I keeping him contained, Cypher and Cat slinging spells like the mad ladies that they are, keeping us alive. Agatha distracting the other Barbazu up there, and lending some help down here. Yeah, that slowed, and then whenever he dimension doored away, that was kind of the nail in the coffin, kind of the final straw.
He was a unusual opponent because he wasn't a spellcaster. He really did not have any powerful offensive spells. And if you look at his stats and what he can do with that freaking feather, was nasty. And I was kind of hesitant to put him in that combat with you two warriors there to fight against me, but he did pretty good. I wanted to take Cypher out. I wanted to take the cleric out. I wanted to take them out. But
yeah, but we collapsed down pretty good.
You did.
That's one thing that I'm most proud of, is
good teamwork. Good teamwork, and I really felt like you guys had a nice balance tonight of what your capabilities are. Having Agatha there was a nice plus, even though she didn't go full tilt boogie on this stuff. She revealed some great potential. And having Draug in there, the extra warrior, always benefits you. The dedicated healing cleric was really useful. And Cypher's like this all around. She's comes out of the woodwork with the craziest stuff that tends to be like really useful.
Yeah.
So it just worked great.
Yeah, that fight without Draug, I'd still be chasing this guy.
Yeah.
You know, just having that extra, you know, because I love especially that fact that every time he's taking a 5-foot step, one or both of us are moving. You know, it's really like we were dancing with him down there, because he couldn't get away from us. And I like the fact that whenever he dimension doored, we got Cat and Cypher out of the way, or at least out of the immediate way, and then Fred and I set up shop and went to work.
Something else about the Barbazu's attacks, if they hit you with that glaive, they can also move you 5 feet to a hex they can still reach.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't use that in this fight, not even once, because I forgot about it. But that was a thing. And what'd you think, Fred? What'd you think? What's going on in your head?
It's fun if you can roll dice. I couldn't do that for the longest time, but when I started rolling dice, it got more fun. It's frustrating, not when RNG isn't in your favor. Some thoughts about the system is that I try to wrap my head around how to use grapple, disarm, and strikes together, because if you have a high athletics, that's going to be good to strike with, right? So that's your disarm and grapple attempts.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually better at that than hitting stuff, with my fist. So that's something I need to figure out a bit better. But I think from like a strategic standpoint or a tactical standpoint, it worked really well. One issue is that I think people stand in the way a bit, so you need to like work around that, and it's fine. I mean, it is what it is, and it's a small map, so it's hard to get around.
The only disadvantage to being in the same square as a friend is that I house rule. It's a house rule. It's not in the rule book. I house rule that you're off guard. You're both off guard.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you could do whatever you want. Moving through an enemy square, you can't do. You have to tumble through, which makes sense.
Yeah.
So don't ever feel like you're contained in a box and you can't move through somebody's square. You can move right in there, move through, as long as they don't prevent you from doing that by saying, hey, don't move through here.
Like, I wasn't aware of that until the last turn here.
If Kat was here, I mean, she wasn't, so it made it a little more difficult. But if Kat was here, I would say to you, okay, Drow comes up behind you and lays hands on your back. You told me your intention. You wanted to pull her out of the way. I would ask her, do you resist? Yeah. If she did resist and try and prevent you from doing that, that would be a whole different role. You'd have to grapple her to do this. And based on your success, I would decide what happens when you try and pull her out of the way. Because normally you just walk through their space or you just enter the space with them and fight. That's okay. It's not going to prevent you from attacking. Just makes you off guard.
But yeah, I'm super happy. It may sound a bit negative, but I'm not the slightest negative. Actually,
Fred, you're terrible. You're terrible, Fred. Terrible.
I'm laying into everyone. No, but I think it was awesome. I think once we get into it a bit more from a tactical standpoint, especially the melee fighters, and that the ranged fighters or casters know how we are gonna react. Like let's give this a few weeks, and this will become a very well-oiled machine, I think. Yeah. And
I fully agree with that. I mean, with you and me in the front, everybody else kind of moved back, and that was perfect. Like that was perfect. Yeah. And Rachel and I have played together for a long time. She kind of knows that whenever crap goes south, I'm in there.
The first one, in fact.
Yep, because I'm normally the guy that's up there like, hey, use diplomacy. No, fam, that ain't happening. That's just a +0. I ain't got nothing. I diplomatize with bare hands. That's my diplomacy.
One thing I really enjoy as well is the fact that I'm going into this completely blind. I think I said that the last session as well. I don't know the system kind of at all. This is my third session playing it. I'm starting to pick up on it, but it's also I don't know the world, which means that I don't know how dangerous a Barbasu is. I'm a level 8
None of these
barbarian.
Guys do. No one does.
I love that. I love that feeling. Like, what am I gonna do? Can I go in here? Like we were sidestepping back and forth into this chamber, trying to lure them out one by one. Maybe we didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
But they look scary and they have pointy beards that hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little bastard bit me, little ankle biter. He stuck this chihuahua on me, guys.
It doesn't
what
really.
The hell?
It doesn't really describe what the attack looks like. It's just I'd have to go to the actual bestiary and read it. But what the hell is that? His beard? Was it come alive or something? Grow tentacles? But I had to make that up. It wiggles. It's called Wiggly Beard. What is that? Wiggly Beard.
Yeah.
Grapes. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, good game, guys. It was awesome.
Yeah, folks, we're going to call it here. Episode 90 is next Sunday. Hopefully we'll have everybody here, and we're going to see what the companions do next as they've come a long way with this victory here, defeating Erevian. And we'll see where they go next. And we'll see if the barrier has been lifted. And if they go lower. We'll find out in the next big exciting episodes. Folks, we'll see you next time. Hang in there. It's only going to get better. Talk to you soon.